often affects performance in another. Our experience and preferences suggest that 5 key performance indicators, KPIs, should be used when evaluating DC operations in the areas of receiving, storage, order picking, and shipping. These are cost, productivity, utilization, quality, and cycle time. See Table 4.1. 3. Receiving is central to DC operations. Properly receiving the raw materials, work in process, or products is critical to the subsequent handling of those items. Products may be received for the purpose of temporary storage or for the purpose of moving them across the dock for loading into an outbound vehicle. Preferred KPIs relating to DC receiving include the following. Cost of receiving per receiving line available at maximum capacity, cost, volume received per person hour of available work time, productivity, percentage utilization of the receiving dock door, utilization, percentage of accurate receipts, quality, and time taken to process the receipt of items, cycle time. 4. Storage is what we often think of when we mentally envision a DC. Storing items creates value in that it makes them available when and where they are needed in the global supply chain. However, marketplace, considering the aggregate total transportation cost of moving products from plants or suppliers through the distribution center and then delivering them to customers. Once a site or sites have been identified, other factors to consider are labor and community acceptance, a reliable and productive workforce, environmental issues such as water, air, or traffic restrictions, and infrastructure capabilities such as electricity, telecommunications, and so on. Distribution centers exist for both economic and service reasons. The 4 most common types are the consolidation DC, the break bulk DC, the cross-dock DC, and the order assembly DC. Using the European cities of Amsterdam, Copenhagen, Frankfurt, and Paris as examples, let us briefly illustrate the activities that each type may carry out. A consolidation DC located in Frankfurt, for example, may be used to receive products from the plants in Amsterdam, Copenhagen, and Paris, which are then combined into the exact quantity needed for a large shipment to a retailer in Eastern Europe. A break bulk DC in Amsterdam, on the other hand, may receive a single large shipment from a plant in Frankfurt and then arrange for shipments to retailers in Belgium, France, and the Netherlands. The rationale for a break bulk DC is that it allows for 1 long-haul movement and 3 short-haul moves rather than 3 individual long-haul moves. The single long-haul move is for a larger quantity, which also means that the cost per unit is less than it would be for the 3 individual long-haul moves. In a cross-dock DC, a facility in Paris, for example, receives product shipments from 3 plants, 1 plant in each of the other 3 cities and then creates specific assortments for retailers around Paris. The rationale for the cross-dock DC is that truckloads of a single plant's products can be brought into the cross-dock facility and then be moved across the dock to other trucks that can move a full truckload of combined manufacturers' products to each retail site. This allows both the inbound movement to the cross-dock facility and the outbound movement to the retailer to be in truckload quantities. An order assembly DC, called a first-tier supplier, such as one in Frankfurt, supports the plant in Frankfurt by orchestrating the assembly of parts from the second-tier suppliers around Europe. The service rationale for warehousing is to position a mix or combination of products near customers to allow for customization or to provide for value-added services. As an example, there may be a DC in Paris that stores healthcare products and delivers them to hospitals around Paris. The facility exists to collect products from multiple manufacturers in a location near the hospital so that supplies are available quickly. DCs in Paris and Frankfurt could become value-added facilities by offering packaging with a specific language and regulatory requirements for a specific country. Once the type and location of each DC have been determined, the next consideration is the operational activities that will take place within the DC. As a general rule of thumb, the breakdown of a DC's costs is allocated as 15% receiving, products, raw materials, and work in process, 20% storage, 50% order picking, and 15% shipping. See figure 4.4. These activities interact 88 with one another, and performance in one area often affects performance in another. Our experience and preferences suggest that 5 key performance indicators, KPIs, should be used when evaluating DC operations in the areas of receiving, storage, order picking, and shipping. These are cost, productivity, utilization, quality, and cycle time. See Table 4.1. 3. Receiving is central to DC operations. Properly receiving the raw materials, work in process, or products is critical to the subsequent handling of those items. Products may be received for the purpose of temporary storage or for the purpose of moving them across the dock for loading into an outbound vehicle. Preferred KPIs relating to DC receiving include the following. Cost of receiving per receiving line available at maximum capacity, cost, volume received per person hour of available work time, productivity, percentage utilization of the receiving dock door, utilization, percentage of accurate receipts, quality, and time taken to process the receipt of items, cycle time 4. Storage is what we often think of when we mentally envision a DC. Storing items creates value in that it makes them available when and where they are needed in the global supply chain. However, 89. Storage also incurs cost in that storing an item in a DC does consume resources, for example, money, space, and tracking, and thus the amount stored and the length of time it is stored should be minimized. While a just-in-time, JIT, inventory philosophy has reduced the demand for storage, there are still critical economic and service requirements for distribution centers. Preferred KPIs for storage include storage cost per product item, cost, inventory per square foot, productivity, percentage of the location and cube occupied, utilization, percentage of the location without inventory discrepancies, quality, and product inventory days on hand in storage, cycle time. Order picking or selection is where DCs can add significant value to the global supply chain. Effective and efficient order picking enhances the performance of the rest of the supply chain. It is much like an end customer trying to buy a basket of products from a grocery store. If the customer gets all 10 of the items he sets out to buy, he is satisfied. If he is able to find only 9 of the 10 items, he is probably not going to be satisfied with a grocery run. In the case of a DC, the order pickers, whether manual or automated, must be able to access the correct product and quantity in a minimum amount of time and at a minimum cost. The order picking process includes the activities of picking the products from the shelves and moving them to the staging area at the truck docks. If order pickers are able to find all the products or parts for the next entity in the global supply chain, they are creating positive performance and collaboration in the chain. The critical KPIs for order picking include the cost of picking per order line, cost, order lines picked per hour or per day, productivity, percentage utilization of picking employees and equipment, utilization, percentage of perfect picking lines, quality, and 90. Order picking cycle time per order, cycle time. Shipping is often not seen as a DC activity, but it is very much integral to the DC's operations. Shipping refers to the actions of taking the staged product on the shipping dock and loading it onto vehicles. It is often viewed as the last step in handling products and/or raw materials on their way to the customer or in the handling of stock transfers. Critical KPIs for shipping in conjunction with a DC's operations include cost of shipping per order, cost, order process for shipping per person hour or person day, productivity, percentage utilization of shipping docks, utilization, percentage of perfect shipping process, quality, and shipping time from the DC to the next step in the global supply chain, cycle time. Global inventory management can be viewed as the decision-making regarding the raw materials, work in process, and finished goods inventory for a multinational corporation. The decisions include how much inventory to hold, in what form to hold it, and where to locate it in the supply chain. Examining the largest 20,910 multinational corporations, MNCs, with headquarters in 105 countries, we find that these MNCs, on average, carry 32.30% of their inventory in raw materials, 17.94% of their inventory in work in process, and 49.76% of their inventory in finished goods. See Figure 4.5 and Table 4.2. The global inventory strategy must effectively trade off the service and economic benefits of making products in large quantities and positioning them near customers against the risk of having too much stock or the wrong items. However, as the data in Table 4.2 indicate, these inventory statistics differ depending on the industry examined. The table summarizes major indicators to gauge the value and cost of inventory among the largest multinational corporations in 2011, the latest data available at the time this book was written. The data and calculated ratios include inventory, raw materials, inventory, work in process, inventory, finished goods, inventory dash, total, inventory turnover, inventory to assets, research and development, R&D, return on assets, ROA, and sample size, N, of companies. The data analyzed were gathered from Compustat Global, using annual data representing fiscal year 2011. While the relative mix of inventory by industry, raw materials, work in process, and finished goods is important, the most interesting information can be gleaned using the inventory turnover, inventories to assets, and return on assets values. These ratios can be calculated using different methods, but three of the most common are given in figures 4.6 to 4.8. 91. 92. Trend 91, Trend 187. 1 Trend 80.146T. TNG VT. Kokshu TC Atrine So NTHO. INTH. 100%. BNG BRNG Trine IT. Con CPPHNHIHO Microsoft. Bean THNG. Global Supply Chain Management. Inventory statistics also differ for different multinational corporations. Based on the 20,910 multinational corporations that we studied, the average MNC carries 14.41% of its total assets in some form of inventory. For example, Toyota, WWW. Toyota. From Japan, one of the largest automobile firms in the world, has 8.71% of its total assets in inventory, with a mix of 25.87, 13.62, and 60.50% in raw materials, work in process, and finished vehicles, respectively. Another example is Sinopec, WWW. Sinopec. A petroleum firm and the largest firm in China. Sinopec has 21.46% of its total assets in inventory, with a mix of 36.58, 42.50, and 20.92% in raw materials and component parts, work in process, and finished goods, respectively. Note that Sinopec maintains a much higher percentage of its inventories in work in process and a much lower percentage in finished goods than Toyota does. This suggests that petroleum firms want more flexibility in deciding exactly how to formulate the finished product. 92. Inventory statistics also differ for different multinational corporations. Based on the 20,910 multinational corporations that we studied, the average MNC carries 14.41% of its total assets in some form of inventory. For example, Toyota, WWW. Toyota. From from Japan, one of the largest automobile firms in the world, has 8.71% of its total assets in inventory, with a mix of 25.87%. 13.62 and 60.50% in raw materials, work in process, and finished vehicles, respectively. Another example is Sinopec, Sinopec.com, a petroleum firm and the largest firm in China. Sinopec has 21.46% of its total assets in inventory, with a mix of 36.58, 42.50, and 20.92% in raw materials and component parts, work in process, and finished goods, respectively. Note that Sinopec maintains a much higher percentage of its inventories in work in process and a much lower percentage in finished goods than Toyota does. This suggests that petroleum firms want more flexibility in deciding exactly how to formulate the finished product. Siemens, Siemens.com, the German integrated technology company with a primary focus on energy, water, and healthcare, has 24.28% of its total assets in inventory. Of that inventory, the Siemens mix is 17.50, 67.20, and 15.30% in raw materials and component parts, work in process, and finished goods, respectively. Global packaging and 93. Materials handling packaging comes in all shapes, sizes, forms, and uses. It can be divided into 3 different types: primary, secondary, and transit. Primary packaging holds the product itself. These are the packages brought home from the store, usually a retailer, by the end consumer. Secondary packaging, sometimes called case lot packaging, is designed to contain several primary packages. Bulk buying or warehouse store customers may take secondary packages home, for example, from Sam's Club, but this is not the typical mode for retailers. Retailers can also use secondary packaging as an aid when stocking shelves in the store. Transit packaging comes into use when a number of primary and secondary packages are assembled on a pallet or unit load for transportation. Unit load packaging, through palletizing, shrink wrapping, or containerization, is the outer packaging envelope that allows for easier handling or product transfer between international suppliers, manufacturers, distribution centers, retailers, and any other intermediaries in the global supply chain. Packaging has become a sophisticated science that serves a very important role in global supply chains. For example, issues such as labeling, packaging accessibility, messaging, packaging design, safety and security, sustainability, reusability, application of radio frequency identification, temperature requirements, regulatory requirements, and quality of package designs are some of the topics studied in packaging research at Michigan State University's world-leading School of Packaging, www. Packaging. MSU. Edu. Regardless of where the product is in the global supply chain, packaging is intended to achieve a set of multi-layered functions. These can be grouped into perform, protect, and inform. See Figure 4.9. 5. Perform refers to 1. The ability of the product in the package to handle being transported between nodes in the global supply chain. 2. The ability of the product to be stored for typical lengths of time for a particular product category. And 3. The package providing the convenience expected by both the supply chain partners and the end customers. Protect refers to the packages. 1. Being able to contain the products properly. 2. Being able to preserve the products to maintain their freshness or newness. And 3. Providing the 94. Necessary security and safety to ensure that the products reach their end destination in their intended shape. Inform refers to the packages. 1. Including logical and sufficient instructions for the use of the products inside the package, including specific requirements to satisfy local regulations. 2. Providing a statement of a compelling product guarantee. And 3. Providing information about service for the product, if and when it is needed. According to World Packaging News, WorldPackagingNews.com, there were a number of key global packaging trends in 2012. Several that have already been turned into slogans include eyeballs everywhere, private labels prevail, information overload, and green goes mainstream. Starting with the eyeballs everywhere notion, we can expect more mandated packaging regulations and universal global packaging standards. Packaging is under attack on a global scale by a number of detractors for a number of reasons, such as sustainability and the need for recycling. Interestingly, almost every retailer now has its own private label brand, whereas private labels were previously used on a limited scale. Regardless of what your private label packaging looks like, consumers want value brands, and this will be at the expense of the premium and consumer product brands. The shift toward private labels increases supply chain complexity by dramatically increasing the number of stock-keeping units moved through the global supply chain. Packaging and marketing often go hand in hand. Marketing typically wants every element of product packaging to be meaningful to the consumer. Specifically, do not overload the primary marketing space with meaningless phrases and symbols unless their message is integral to the firm's mission and brand. There is only so much space for a message on a package, and that message needs to be recognizable and the right one for the audience. Finally, packaging accounts for about 35% of the waste stream, and consumers are becoming increasingly concerned about its aggregate impact. They are demanding less packaging or packaging that serves a secondary purpose or can be recycled or reused. So, green goes mainstream is not just a packaging slogan, but a concept driven heavily by some customer segments. Gone are the days of pretty packages sitting on the shelf in the retail store. There is too much competition worldwide, partially because of the much more effective and efficient global supply chain infrastructure these days, so firms are looking for unique ways to engage their consumers. Package marketing is a major challenge for the future for global business professionals. The final considerations are the materials handling technologies for receiving, storing, and selecting products in distribution centers. There are different ways of handling products, of course, ranging from mechanized materials handling to semi-automated materials handling to automated materials handling to information-directed materials handling. Mechanized materials handling systems use a variety of types of equipment, including lift trucks, rider trucks, tow lines, flow racks, tractor-trailers, conveyors, carousels, and radio frequency technologies for tracking products in the warehouses. Semi-automated materials handling systems often complement mechanized systems by automating specific activities, such as product selection or lane selection for loading products into a transportation vehicle. Typical equipment used in semi-automated systems includes automated guided vehicle systems, computerized sorting, robotics, and live racks. Live racks trigger the automated release of a case based on a digital command. Automated materials handling systems still remain relatively costly and have a low degree of flexibility. They are characteristically used for high-rise storage, retrieval, and master carton order selection systems. Information-directed materials handling systems use mechanized. 95. Handling controlled by information technology, such as using Wi-Fi systems and light-directed operations. Several guidelines for materials handling should be taken into account when designing global supply chains. First, equipment for materials handling should be as standardized as possible throughout the global supply chain. Standardization across countries is much more possible today than it was in the past. Second, the materials handling system should be designed to provide maximum continuous materials flow. Materials usually pass through a complex and lengthy system in global supply chains, and having a continuous materials flow is important. Third, investments should be made in materials handling equipment rather than in stationary equipment. Stationary equipment limits the operational possibilities in global supply chains. Fourth, materials handling equipment, rather than personnel, should be utilized to the maximum extent possible. There are different job restrictions on workers in different parts of the world, and equipment also helps minimize lifting injuries and accidents. Fifth, in terms of the selection of equipment for materials handling, the ratio of dead weight, or how much is lifted, to payload, or maximum capacity, should be minimized. This means that firms should minimize the weight of the carton, pallet, or container relative to the weight of the product. Safety and flexibility in material handling are keys to success in global supply chains. Transportation typically represents the largest percentage of any logistics budget and an even greater percentage for MNCs because of the distances involved. Global supply chains are directly or indirectly responsible for transporting raw materials from their suppliers to the production facilities, work in process and finished goods inventories between plants and distribution centers, and finished goods from distribution centers to customers. The primary drivers of transportation rates and the resulting aggregate cost are distance, transport mode, ocean, air, or land, size of load, load characteristics, and oil prices. As would be expected, longer distances require more fuel and more time from vehicle operators, so transport rates increase with distance. Transport mode influences rates because of the different technologies involved. Ocean is the least expensive because of the size of the vehicles used and the low friction of water. Land is the next least expensive, with rail being less expensive than motor carriers. Air is the most expensive, since there is a substantial charge for defying gravity. Transportation rates are heavily influenced by economies of scale, so larger shipments are typically relatively less expensive than smaller shipments. The characteristics of the shipment also influence transportation rates through such factors as product density, value, perishability, potential for damage, and other such factors. Finally, oil prices have a major impact on transportation rates, since anywhere from 10 to 40% of most carrier costs, depending on the mode, are related to fuel. The following sections provide an overview of the characteristics of each mode. Ocean transportation has long been and will continue to be the primary mode of transportation for lots and lots of raw materials, work in process, and finished goods. Since 1975, world seaborne trade has increased by more than 400% to some 8.7 billion tons annually. In fact, around 80% of international trade volume is moved by ocean, and the percentage is even higher for most developing countries. This shipment mode also represents more than 70% of the value being transported in all global supply chains. Asia is a key to this trade. The Asian continent is the source or destination for roughly half of all ocean cargo. In addition, the ocean transportation business is regulated and structured. It generally follows industry. 96. Specific guidance for shippers and container stuffers, as suggested by the World Shipping Council, worldshipping.org. In the most recent year for which data are available, 2011, the volume of seaborne trade grew by 4% and the tonnage of the world fleet grew by 10%, or an even more astounding 37% in the last 4 years. This expansion was primarily the result of rapid growth in dry cargo volumes, 5.6%, container loads, 8.6%, and major bulk trades, 5.4%. While the aggregate fleet capacity is increasing, this can be somewhat misleading. First, much of the capacity results from an increase in ship size. Container ships going from 8-10,002 to 13-15,000. A 2 is a 20-foot equivalent unit, or a container that is 20 feet in length. While this increase in size adds capacity, it correspondingly reduces flexibility, as the owners of these ships want to operate them only on lanes where they fill that much capacity. Second, while there are more ships, many of them are being held out of service because there is not enough demand and they are not fuel efficient enough given current oil prices. That said, the numbers illustrate the magnitude of ocean transportation's importance. For example, container ships have the capacity to carry several large warehouses worth of goods on a single journey. A 15,002 ship carries a value equivalent to that carried by about 2,100 car trains. A large container ship's engine weighs up to 2,300 tons and has about 1,000 times more power than a regular family car. Large container ships can also be operated by relatively few people, typically small teams of about a dozen people using sophisticated computer systems. Most ships' computer systems today are highly advanced, enabling the precise routing, transport, loading, and unloading of thousands of containers for every voyage. In an average year, a large container ship travels 3/4 of the distance to the moon. That means that during its lifetime, it travels the distance to the moon and back around 25 times. As just one example, a container of refrigerators can be moved from a factory in Malaysia to Los Angeles. A journey of roughly 9,000 miles or 14,484 kilometers in just 16 days by container ship. However, while the actual transit time may be only 16 to 20 days, the total time in transit may be double that because of the time required for loading containers, consolidating loads, security, and clearing customs in both ports. The cost of transporting a bicycle from Thailand to the United Kingdom in a container, as another example, is about $10. The typical cost for shipping a DVD player from Asia to Europe is roughly $1.50. That for shipping a kilogram, 2.2 pounds, of coffee just 15 cents, and that for shipping a can of beer only a penny. Depending on which product is carried, the type of ship may also vary, of course. Generally, there are 5 vessel groupings: oil tankers, bulk carriers, general cargo ships, container ships, and a series of other specialized ships. 7 container cargo represents about 52% of ocean transportation, with tanker 22%, general cargo 20%, and dry bulk shipping 6%, making up the remainder. A number of emerging trends affect ocean transportation. First, a new global design in ocean transportation is being created because the advanced economies of the European Union and the United States, along with several others, are having a diminished influence. This diminished global supply chain and shift of economic influence from the north and the west to the south and the east has altered the seaborne industry's operating context, and it can be expected to evolve further as cargoes, markets, and trade patterns also change in response to the new global design. Second, energy security, oil prices, and transport costs are all interconnected in the global marketplace and global supply chains. The growth in global trade over the past 97 few decades has been powered by available and affordable oil. Ocean transportation is, of course, heavily reliant on oil for propulsion, and, as evidenced by the recent surges in oil prices, the era of easy and cheap oil is most likely coming to an end. This will affect energy security, oil prices, and ocean transportation costs. That said, after some oil price increases, we are also seeing prices come down and predictions of more stable prices. All of this makes estimating oil prices tough, but we do know that inexpensive oil is not likely to be part of the outlook. Most important, higher fuel costs have a disproportionate effect on transportation companies, since fuel is a necessary cost input and resource. The impact of higher fuel prices, particularly for ocean and air transportation, is forcing more firms to consider reshoring for both raw materials and finished goods. Third, the need for cutting carbon emissions from international shipping and adapting to climate change are becoming a practical reality in firms' strategy considerations. Naturally, ocean transportation carriers are forced to be a part of the solution. Carbon emissions from international shipping result from the burning of heavy oil in ships' bunkers. Addressing the issue of bunker fuel through, for example, technology or other operational means that provide incentives or deterrents can help cut emissions and become part of the solution to the carbon emissions problem. Fourth, Environmental sustainability and corporate social responsibility are being stressed more and more in ocean transportation, just as they are throughout the business world. Basically, greater public awareness is driving the demand that industries adopt the principles of corporate social responsibility, CSR, including environmental sustainability. Whether this is realistic or not, the pressure is on ocean transportation carriers to improve their efficiency, effectiveness, and quality of service, all the while considering the cost of the externalities generated by their activities, including environmental and social costs. Fifth, despite international efforts to address the problem of maritime piracy, there are some 500 reported actual or attempted acts of piracy and armed robbery against ships annually. The scale of the attacks and the size of the ships being targeted are raising serious concerns in the international community, especially among maritime professionals. This also threatens to undermine one of the world's busiest shipping routes, Asia-Europe, and choke points, the Suez Canal. Sixth, over the past several years, developing countries have led a global transformation in international trade, global supply chains, and business input/output. This means that the historical shipping routes on the world's waters will change as different countries, especially developing and emerging markets, become more engaged in the global marketplace. For example, the OECD projects that by 2050, world freight flows will be 2 to 4 times what they are now, mainly driven by growth outside of the OECD countries, where the prediction of trade flow is 2 to 6 times higher than today. Air transportation since 2001, world air cargo tonnage has grown 3.7% annually, with a big jump of 18.5% from 2009 to 2010, but with stagnation and even contraction in the last 2 years, down 1% from 2010 to 2011 and roughly a 2% contraction between 2011 and 2012. 9. Despite these figures, Boeing's 2012-2013 World Air Cargo Forecast predicts that air cargo traffic will more than double over the next 20 years, representing an average 5.2% annual growth rate. As a comparison, world air cargo traffic grew, on average, by 6.9% annually in the 1980s, by 6.1% per year in the 1990s, and by 3.7% annually in the 2000s. At this time, total cargo volume handled by airports is about 94 million tons. One bright spot in air transportation in the last couple of years is global air express traffic, which grew 24.8% in 2010 and 10.2% in 2011. In fact, global air express traffic grew at about triple the rate of total worldwide air cargo traffic in the 1990s, about 22.98% annually, and then at about 6.8% annually in the 2000s. This pattern of growth is similar to the growth seen in the air express traffic in the United States in the 1970s and 1980s. Clearly, there is a role for companies like DHL, FedEx, and UPS in the air express category, but also for other postal system competitors that either offer their own service or partner with one of the traditional air express companies. In terms of passenger traffic, as a comparison to air cargo traffic, worldwide air passenger numbers increased by 5.3% in 2011 to 5.44 billion passengers. 10. This included increases in 5 of the 6 major regions in the world: Latin America, Caribbean, 8.5%, the Middle East, 7.7%, Asia Pacific, 7.0%, Europe, 7.0%, and North America, 1.8%, and a decrease in Africa, 3.5%. At this time, we have passenger numbers that are about the same for the Asia Pacific, Europe, and North America regions, about 1.6 billion for each. Africa, the Middle East, and the Latin America Caribbean regions fall between 152 and 408 million passengers annually. At the airport level, Atlanta, United States, Beijing, China, London, United Kingdom, Chicago, United States, and Tokyo, Japan, are the 5 busiest passenger airports, with Atlanta having 92 million passengers passing through in 2011. We have seen increases in cargo volume in 4 of the 6 global regions: Latin America, Caribbean, 7.6%, the Middle East, 1.2%, Europe, 1.4%, and Africa, 2.6%, with a decrease in Asia Pacific, 0.5%, and North America, 1.3%. The same regions that lead in passengers lead in air cargo as well, with Asia Pacific in the clear lead with about 34 million tons, followed by North America with 28 million tons and Europe with 18 million tons. Each of the other 3 regions is below 6 million tons annually. At the airport level, Hong Kong, China, Memphis, United States, Shanghai, China, Anchorage, United States, and Incheon, South Korea, are the top 5 busiest cargo airports, with Hong Kong and Memphis being virtually tied at roughly 4 million tons. Memphis, of course, is easy to explain. FedEx's main airport hub is there. Memphis and all other airports are assessed in the Air Cargo Excellence Survey, which was established in 2005. It is carried out and published annually by Air Cargo World. 11. The survey is based on a rating system that measures airlines and airports on specific criteria and subsequently ranks them to identify above or below average performance. There are 2 surveys, one for airlines and one for airports, based on their performance during the previous 12 months. The average rating for each measurement is calculated within each group, and that average is indexed to a value of 100. Ratings for airlines and airports are presented as an indexed score, relative to the average, to allow for easy comparisons. Scores greater than 100 represent above average performance, scores less than 100 represent below average performance, and scores of 100 represent exactly average performance. Airlines are rated by freight forwarders based on customer service. Claims are handled with expediency, problems solved in a prompt and courteous manner, reflecting a professional and knowledgeable sales force. Performance fulfills promises and contractual agreements, is dependable, and achieves scheduled transit times. Value, competitive rates, rates commensurate with required level of service, and value-added programs, and information technology, tracking and tracing of shipments and electronic commerce capabilities. Based on the 2012 ratings, Lufthansa was the top-scoring airline, followed by Singapore Airlines, Korean Air, Cathay Pacific, and FedEx. More on the methodology and complete results can be found on Air Cargo World's website. 12 airports are rated by airlines on performance, fulfills promises and contractual. 99. Agreements, dependable, prompt, and courteous customer service, allied services, ground handling, trucking, and so on. Value, competitive rates, rates commensurate with the service level required, and value-added programs, facilities, apron, warehousing, perishable center, access to highways and other modes, and regulatory operations, customs, security, and foreign trade zone. Based on the 2012 ratings, Dubai, DXB, Anchorage, ANG, Santiago, SCL, Hong Kong, HKG, and Frankfurt, FRA, rank as the top 5 best airports. Again, more on the methodology and the complete results can be found on Air Cargo World's website. 13. Land and intermodal transportation. Most of the time, land transportation refers to the movement of people, animals, or goods using trucks and rail. Pipelines are technically a form of land transportation as well. Land transportation goes back as far as we can think, of course, with early land transportation using horses, oxen, and even people to carry cargo on dirt roads. These early roads often followed game trails, which was an easy way to have some form of road infrastructure without having to build an actual road as we think of it today. Early stone-paved roads were, by all accounts, built in Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley civilizations. The first real network of roads, however, was built as the Royal Road across the Persian Empire. The Persian Royal Road Network was an ancient highway system that was rebuilt by Persian King Darius the Great, Darius I, of the Achaemenid Empire in the 5th century BC. 14 Darius had ulterior motives for his reorganization and rebuilding of the royal road system. He wanted to facilitate rapid communication and transportation throughout his very large empire, which stretched from Susa to Sardis, while various other developers, for example, the Assyrian kings, had a hand in the royal road. Darius is credited with making the roads the way they are recognized today. Today, networks like the Royal Road have become modernized and globalized into interstates and European highways, among many such systems. Think of the interstate highway system in the United States. For example, I-10 stretches from the Pacific Ocean at State Route 1, Pacific Coast Highway, in Santa Monica, California, to Interstate 95 in Jacksonville, Florida. I-10 is the southernmost transcontinental highway in the United States. Its European counterpart example is the so-called International E-Road Network. E18, for example, stretches from Craigavon in Northern Ireland, United Kingdom, to St. Petersburg, Russia, passing through Scotland, Sweden, Norway, and Finland. Given the maps of these countries, E18 actually requires transportation on ferry boats for some connections. This means that the volume of trucks that we see in the United States could not possibly move as easily on such a highway. You can fit only so many trucks on the ferry, or even on the large cruise ships that go between Kapellskär, Sweden, and Turku, Finland. E18 has a total distance of 1,890 kilometers or 1,170 miles. While water is an obstacle to large-scale transportation, the E-road system is very important as an infrastructure for European travel and land transportation. Beyond the interstate and E-road systems, other continents have similar highway networks. For example, the Pan-American Highway Network in the Americas, the Trans-African Highway Network, and the Asian Highway Network. In the United States, it takes nearly 9 million people to move about 11 billion tons of freight annually. Trucks represent more than 80% of the freight bill in the United States, as just one example of the importance of motor carriers throughout the world. In Kmoni's analysis of the world's most admired trucking, transportation, and logistics companies, J.B. Hunt Transport Services, Incorporated, Hunt.com, was the top trucking company. J.B. Hunt started in 1961 and has its headquarters in the northwest Arkansas city of Lowell. Its annual revenue tops $3 billion. J.B. Hunt and others. 100. Have many relatively good quality roads to transport goods on in the United States. The United States leads the world in road length, 6,544,199 kilometers or 4,066,377 miles. China, India, Brazil, Japan, and Canada follow, in that order. What is more interesting, however, is that these top 6 countries accounted for more than 25% of the world's road infrastructure in 2013. However, while these countries have the most miles of roadways, the quality differs dramatically, as developing countries like China, India, and Brazil have a significant percentage of relatively low quality or congested roadways. Railroads have a history similar to that of roads and highways, although it is not as lengthy because relevant technology and machinery were invented later. Broadly, rail transport refers to the conveyance of passengers or goods using railroad cars. The obvious difference between rail and trucks is that rail cars are directionally guided by the tracks on which they run, and the cars on the tracks have far lower frictional resistance than highway vehicles. Power for the train locomotives comes from either electricity from a railway system or their own power source, for example, diesel generators powering electric drive engines. The oldest railroads are believed to be from the 6th century BC. Periander, one of the 7 sages of Greece, is credited with the invention of the oldest man-hauled railway known to exist. Modern rail transportation became popular with the British introduction of the steam engine as a source of power in the 18th century. Many consider the steam engine to have been a key component of the Industrial Revolution. For example, in the northern part of the United States, it was more than 150 years ago that Abraham Lincoln signed the Pacific Railway Act of 1862, creating the original Union Pacific, one of America's iconic railroad companies. In Moni's analysis of the world's most admired trucking, transportation, and logistics companies, Union Pacific Corporation, UP.com, was the top railway company. Union Pacific has its headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska, and operates tracks in 23 U.S. states west of the Mississippi River. Its annual revenue is about $17 billion. Union Pacific and many others have a large number of railway tracks that they can use in transporting passengers and goods. The United States leads the world in millions of freight ton kilometers, at about 2,500,000, followed relatively closely by China and Russia, and then a drop to Canada, with each country in Europe lower in ton kilometers for goods transportation. 15. Coordinating a lot of the railway effort in these and most other countries is the International Union of Railways, WWW.org, a worldwide cooperative association of railway companies with more than 200 members across 5 continents. Pipelines typically transport some form of liquids or gases, but pneumatic tubes using compressed air can also transport solid capsules of goods. There are 3 main forms of pipelines. Gathering pipelines, interconnected pipelines forming complex networks, transportation pipelines, long pipes with large diameters, and distribution pipelines, interconnected pipelines with small diameters used to take the products to the final consumer. One prominent example of a pipeline is Russia's Druzhba, Friendship, oil pipeline. It is a key energy source and the world's longest pipeline. Pipelines experienced tremendous growth prior to the economic downturn in 2008. In fact, the industry grew from the low 20s in billions of dollars in 2006 to almost $40 billion in 2008 before faltering with the economic downturn. Beginning with 2012, pipelines are back in vogue. Almost 32,000 miles of North American pipeline, for example, are in the works, with some parts already functional. These include the Sand Hills Pipeline, developed by DCP Midstream, linking west to East Texas, the Pecos River Pipeline, developed by Bridger Group and Advantage 101. Pipeline, linking the Delaware Basin and the Gulf Coast, and the Sterling 3 Pipeline, developed by Oniok Partners, linking Texas and Oklahoma on the one hand and the Gulf Coast on the other. Intermodal transportation refers to the transfer of products in containers involving multiple modes of transportation, typically truck, railroad, air, or ocean carrier. It is becoming more and more popular as a way to move goods the most effectively, efficiently, and flexibly. Total intermodal volume has roughly doubled since the mid-1990s. According to the Intermodal Association of North America, intermodal transportation is growing faster than any other mode of transportation because it combines the best abilities of different transportation modes to deliver service, savings, and solutions to shippers. Typical products shipped using intermodal transportation include electronics, mail, food, paper products, clothes, appliances, textiles, and auto parts. Some 25 million containers are shipped annually in the United States alone. By working together, trucking companies, intermodal marketing companies, ocean steamship lines, air carriers, and railroads can provide a cost-effective, seamless, reliable, efficient, safe, and environmentally friendly way to move freight from origin to destination. For example, shipments can be moved from a container ship directly to a truck or a railroad and then delivered to their final destination. Another common variation, popularized by FedEx and UPS, is air and truck, where products move by air for the long distances and motor carriers perform the pickup and delivery. Throughout the process, intermodal facilitators, often third-party logistics providers, freight forwarders, and consolidators, arrange for each piece of the move from pickup to drop-off and the end consignees. Reverse logistics product returns cost manufacturers and retailers more than $100 billion per year in the United States, or an average of 3.8% in lost profits. 16 overall, manufacturers spend about 9 to 14% of their sales revenue on returns. Even more staggering, each year, consumers in America return more than the GDP of two-thirds of the nations in the world. Just these sample numbers suggest that reverse logistics is an incredibly important part of the global supply chain. Think about it. Suppose you ship your product from East Lansing, Michigan, home to Michigan State University, to Uppsala, Sweden, where the first author of this book was born. What if the customer in Sweden does not like the product and wants to ship it back? Well, some firms have very good solutions to this reverse logistics problem, and others do not. Based on the definition from the Reverse Logistics Executive Council, Reg.Org, reverse logistics is the process of planning, implementing, and controlling the efficient, cost-effective flow of raw materials, in-process inventory, finished goods, and related information from the point of consumption to the point of origin for the purpose of recapturing value or proper disposal. In parallel, based on the definition from the Reverse Logistics Association, reverse logistics trends. Reverse logistics refers to all activities associated with a product or service after the point of sale. The term can also occasionally pertain to the effective use of a transportation unit for the back or leg of a transfer. The ultimate goal is to optimize the aftermarket activity or make it more efficient, thus saving money and environmental resources. Figure 4.10 provides an illustration of reverse logistics, with each step's counterpart in the forward logistics chain illustrated. 102. The goal of the reverse logistics portion of the global supply chain is to move returned, overstocked, and/or obsolete products from the normal business value chain to an alternative place in order to maximize their value and reduce the risks that production companies, intermediaries, and customers take by engaging in the chain. Another goal of reverse logistics is to send items that have outlived their useful life to a reprocessing center. At the reprocessing center, many such items can be remarketed, refurbished, remanufactured, or decomposed into their basic materials for reuse as raw materials. With the world becoming more globalized, products that are in the decline stage and/or slightly defective products no longer have a market in less developed nations to the same extent as they once did. This places increased burdens on firms to have effective and efficient reverse logistics systems built into their global supply chain networks. For example, in China, the rate of returns is about 4% for all industries, making up about 6% of the costs of total logistics. By some estimates, roughly half of all Chinese firms are now investing heavily in reverse logistics solutions, and half of those companies are outsourcing reverse logistics to third-party logistics providers, which creates a fantastic opportunity for third-party providers that are so inclined. There are some important guidelines and conclusions about what firms can do to manage their product return policies to maximize profits. In a research study published in the MIT Sloan Management Review, Andrew Peterson and V. Kumar summarize the implications in terms of three core issues. 17. First, marketers can target and manage customers by taking information about both their purchase and their return behaviors into account. Second, lenient product return policies yield more profits than strict product return policies. Third, managing product returns in an optimal way increases profits even during tougher economic times. Guidelines for logistics in global supply chains. Logistics is one of the four critical functions that must be integrated at the strategic and tactical levels in global supply chains and as a part of the firm's global strategy. As in the earlier discussion of infrastructure, some logistics issues are major items that you can see, and some are intricate details of doing global business that are not readily obvious or understood. Everyone can figure out that the transportation of 103 goods from point A to point B is important, but what about reverse logistics strategies or inventory management at each node of the global supply chain? Clearly, there are numerous issues to consider that relate to logistics in global supply chains. In assessing global logistics, we suggest these guidelines as a starting point. Bullet. Strategic global supply chain management involves the continual evaluation and development of chains that incorporate the most efficient and effective network of transportation and inventory management systems. How global is your firm now, and how global are the logistics components of your supply chains? Are they global enough for today, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now? Reasonable alignment of the globalness of the industry with the globalness of your logistics is critical. If you are under-globalized, you are not taking full advantage of the available and critical logistics options and the resulting market potential. If you are too globalized, there are other considerations that can impinge on your infrastructure and the resources available to you for conducting well-orchestrated global logistics, all of which is great for the industry, but could strain your budget and resources. Bullet. How much inventory do you carry? Is it about the same amount as your largest competitor? Is it about the same amount as all your main competitors in the industry? The bottom line is, you need to know the average inventory, raw materials, work in process, and finished goods of your main competitors in your industry and have this knowledge for each major region of the world in which you operate. Why? Again, alignment is the key. If you have much more or much less inventory in a major category, you need to either strategically justify this inventory or bring the amount you have into line with the competitive averages in the respective world regions. Bullet. You need to consider your inventory strategy, make to stock, configure to order, assemble to order, or make to order when reviewing your inventory levels and mix profile. A make-to-stock strategy results in more finished goods inventory relative to raw materials or work-in-process inventory and more risk, but it is probably more responsive to customer demand. A make-to-order strategy results in less finished goods inventory relative to raw materials or work-in-process inventory and less risk, but it is probably not as responsive to customer demand in terms of availability. Bullet. Packaging is a science in itself. Are you taking advantage of the state-of-the-art science in the area? Are you using the appropriate technology, for example, RFID tags, two-dimensional barcoding, and anti-counterfeiting measures on the containers, pallets, boxes, and individual packages? These and many other questions and issues pertaining to packaging must be asked regularly, since packaging science is making exponential improvements by innovating constantly. Bullet. You should strategically and tactically consider taking advantage of potential intermodal transportation options. Intermodal is becoming a key solution for transportation of goods, and your options today are more plentiful and better than they have ever been before. Let's be clear. We are not suggesting that intermodal should be part of the solution for all companies and all situations. We are simply saying that the containers used, the vehicles used, the routes adopted, and so forth are all becoming much more universal and user-friendly. In that sense, intermodal should be evaluated as a strategic option for transportation more than it was before. Bullet. Are products that you sold coming back to you? Some are. What are you doing with them, and how are you handling them? If you operate global supply chains, at least on the outbound/downstream side of the chain you will. 104. Have customers returning products to you. A clear strategy, an effective and efficient reverse logistics system, and a way to put the products back into the system at the right places are must-haves for all companies engaging in global supply chains. Chapter 5. Purchasing in Global Supply Chains. Purchasing provides the input into global supply chains. Global purchasing strategy. Purchasing as a strategic function has a clearly defined role in global supply chains. It takes place in the inbound or upstream portion of the global supply chain. It involves buying something, such as raw materials, component parts, work in process, products, or services, and it should be strategically and tactically integrated with the elements of the production cycle for multinational corporations, MNCs. However, this is where the clarity stops. we will use the term global purchasing, and sometimes just purchasing, to elaborate on the concept within Strategic Global Supply Chain Management, SCM, and within global supply chains as processes. While purchasing as an activity has been around since the beginning of civilization, the idea of purchasing as a strategic field has been common only since the early 1970s, when the field of marketing, often using the term organizational buying behavior called for giving more attention to business-to-business buying patterns and behaviors that were integrated with a firm's corporate strategy. One these days, marketing uses phrases such as business buyer behavior in the same context, with the idea that purchasing centers on the organizations involved in it. These terms refer to the purchasing behavior of producers, government units, institutions, and resellers. Prior to the early 1970s, purchasing was viewed as an administrative function rather than as having a strategic role in the firm. Indeed, this tripartite, tactical, administrative, and operational focus still persists in many companies, especially among small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, that focus their strategic attention on a select set of core competencies. SMEs and even many larger corporations seldom view purchasing as one of their core, unique capabilities. We clearly disagree with this notion. Purchasing, especially global purchasing, is and should be strategic. The use of corporate buying centers is one strategic decision that many firms routinely make. The buying center consists of the group of people within the organization that makes business purchasing decisions. It typically consists of users of what is bought, influencers of what should be bought, corporate buyers responsible for the administrative buying process, deciders, and, in some cases, gatekeepers. 3. It is interesting to note that the field of purchasing has gone through a rather remarkable evolution in definitions and terminology, in many cases, to stress the strategic aspect of purchasing and to operate more within a buying center mentality than before. Terms such as purchasing, procurement, sourcing, strategic sourcing, and supply management have connections to what many would consider the field of purchasing. Broadly, purchasing refers to the functions associated with buying the raw materials, component parts, work in process, products, goods, and services required by the organization to perform its value-added activities and ultimately satisfy its end customers. At one time, procurement was a term used for purchasing involving one or more government organizations. Requisitioning, or acquisition, was another term that was sometimes used in this context. In that sense, procurement consists of governments and other public policy and regulatory bodies conducting purchasing activities. The concept of sourcing, or purchasing practices aimed at finding, evaluating, and engaging suppliers of raw materials, component parts, or products and services, then elevated the nature of purchasing to some degree. Sourcing is an all-encompassing term that connects issues 105, such as outsourcing and offshoring, and many others, to purchasing activities in general. The inclusion of these activities, and there are many of them, stretches the boundaries of purchasing into a clearer global arena as well. At an even more strategic level, strategic sourcing refers to the process of determining long-term supply requirements, finding suppliers and sources to fulfill those needs, negotiating the purchase agreements, and managing the suppliers. Performance relative to the specifications and the expected long-term relationship between the supplier and buyer organizations. Perhaps the most strategic term of all, at least to this point, is supply management. Supply management refers to the identification, acquisition, access, positioning, and management of resources and related capabilities that the organization needs or potentially needs if it is to attain its strategic objectives. For this definition is rooted in the complexities and intricate details offered by the official definition of the Institute for Supply Management, ISM, www. ISM, WS. ISM has been in the forefront of the purchasing profession since its founding in 1915. Global purchasing is the part of global supply chain management that refers to the functions associated with the worldwide buying of the goods, services, and/or information required by the multinational corporation. See Figure 5.1. 5. As we described earlier, a number of terms can be used within the general context of global purchasing. Consequently, we will use the terms purchasing, procurement, sourcing, strategic sourcing, and supply management interchangeably. There are, of course, some technical and detailed differences among these terms that we have already highlighted. Global purchasing involves the following: worldwide management of a multinational corporations. 106. Evolution from international to global purchasing. Assuming that this is the progression the MNC is undertaking, various types of purchasing strategies, outsourcing and offshoring, global customer and channel management, order fulfillment and delivery, global supplier selection, and global supplier networks. Strategically, within the integrated global supply chain of multinational corporations, it is predicted that purchasing as a function will become 13% more globalized in the next 5 years, 2013 to 2018, and 29% more globalized in the next 10 years, by 2023. Figure 5.2 illustrates these increases. In 2013, purchasing scored 62 out of 100 points in terms of being globalized, where 100 is fully globalized and 0 is purely domestic. A score of 62 places purchasing at the top of the functions within global supply chains in terms of being globalized, ahead of logistics, operations, and market channels. However, purchasing is found to contribute least to global supply chain management, albeit only marginally below the other three functions: logistics, operations, and market channels. The discipline scores an 89 out of a possible 100 points on the degree of importance in contributing to overall global supply chain management for the MNC. Market channels is at the top with 96, followed by logistics with 94, operations with 92, and purchasing with 89. Purchasing is expected to maintain this degree of importance, 89 on the 100-point scale, for the next 5 years. Figure 5.3 illustrates the changes in purchasing in the 2013 to 2018 time period. 107. 108. Tran 108. Tran 187. 108. From domestic to international to global purchasing in 2005, Robert Trent and Robert Munchka wrote an article in the MIT Sloan Management Review in which they discussed how to achieve excellence in global purchasing. They made a strong case that global purchasing is an increasingly popular business strategy, but one that is difficult to execute. They argued that organizations that have developed outstanding global purchasing strategies have 7 characteristics. 6. 1. Executive commitment to global purchasing. 2. Rigorous and well-defined processes. 3. Availability of needed resources. 4. Integration through information technology. 5. Supportive organizational design. 6. Structured approaches to communication. And 7. Methodologies for measuring savings. Each of these characteristics, or clusters of characteristics, as Trent and Munchka prefer to call them, is detailed in their article and is relatively straightforward to understand, and beyond the scope of this book. However, an important point that Trent and Munchka. 108. From domestic to international to global purchasing in 2005, Robert Trent and Robert Munchka wrote an article in the MIT Sloan Management Review in which they discussed how to achieve excellence in global purchasing. They made a strong case that global purchasing is an increasingly popular business strategy, but one that is difficult to execute. They argued that organizations that have developed outstanding global purchasing strategies have 7 characteristics. 6. 1. Executive commitment to global purchasing. 2. Rigorous and well-defined processes. 3. Availability of needed resources. 4. Integration through information technology. 5. Supportive organizational design. 6. Structured approaches to communication. And 7. Methodologies for measuring savings. Each of these characteristics, or clusters of characteristics, as Trent and Munchka prefer to call them is detailed in their article and is relatively straightforward to understand, and beyond the scope of this book. However, an important point that Trent and Munchka make is that very few, if any, organizations actually possess all 7 characteristics. Instead, the 7 characteristics should serve as benchmarks to use in developing strategic global purchasing in organizations. In addition, to help organizations better understand the resource commitments, time allocation, and purchasing practices that may 109 be needed to extend the organization globally, Trent and Munchka introduced a continuum of 5 levels of purchasing and shared data. They based these levels upon the expectations for the next 5 years, ending in about 2010. Using their 5 levels, we updated their data to 2013 and also provide forecasts, based on real data analysis, for the next 5 and 10 years, respectively, 2018 and 2023. We believe this form of benchmarking for current, 2013, near future, 2018, and somewhat distant future, 2023, situations provides a great set of criteria for companies to use in developing their own global purchasing practices. Let's start by highlighting the 5 levels of purchasing. Level I is simply companies engaging in domestic purchasing activities only. Often, these companies also stay close to their home base in their domestic market when purchasing raw materials, component parts, and the like for their operations. For example, a Michigan firm purchasing raw materials, such as cherries, from another Michigan firm. Other times, they use their home country's market to purchase needed inputs for their production process, but they do not venture outside their home country. The next 4 levels of purchasing include engaging in different degrees of international and global purchasing activities. Levels 2 and 3 are both considered international purchasing, but of various degrees and forms. Companies that are at level 2 engage in international purchasing activities only as needed. This means that their approach to international purchasing is often reactive and uncoordinated among the buying locations within the firm and/or across the various units that make up the firm, such as strategic business units and functional units. Companies at level 3 engage in international purchasing activities as part of the firm's overall supply chain management strategy. As such, at the level 3 stage, companies begin to recognize that a well-formulated and well-executed worldwide international purchasing strategy can be very effective in elevating the firm's competitive edge in the marketplace. Levels IV and V both involve global purchasing to various degrees. Level IV refers to global purchasing activities that are integrated across worldwide locations. This involves integration and coordination of purchasing strategies across the firm's buying locations worldwide. With level IV, we are now dealing with a sophisticated form of worldwide purchasing. Level V involves engaging in global purchasing activities that are integrated across worldwide locations and functional groups. Broadly, this means that the firm integrates and coordinates the purchasing of common items, purchasing processes, and supplier selection efforts globally, for example. Trent and Munchka argue that only those companies that have a global design for their supply chain management can progress to level V. In short, that also means that without global logistics, global operations, and global market channels that work well, global purchasing at level V will not be achievable. We agree. In other words, this pertains to executives with titles. 110. Such as CEO, Chief Executive Officer, COO, Chief Operating Officer, and CFO, Chief Financial Officer. For the sample of purchasing professionals, such as purchasing managers, corporate buyers, senior buyers, and contract managers, we find that the results are relatively steady over the next decade. Figure 5.4 illustrates the expected changes. Clearly, there is movement at some levels, such as level I, with its focus on engaging solely in domestic purchasing activities. In level I, we forecast a downward trend from 33% of the companies engaging in only domestic purchasing in 2013 to 26% in 2023. Level 2 is predicted to be very steady, with roughly 22% of the companies engaging in international purchasing activities only as needed. The same goes for level IV, global purchasing activities integrated across worldwide locations, where we will see about 15% of the companies allocating their purchasing efforts over the next decade. The significant changes, based on the input from purchasing professionals, will mainly be in the level 3 and level V categories. This means that companies will actively engage more in international purchasing activities as a part of their overall supply chain strategy, level 3, and they will also engage in more concerted efforts to integrate global purchasing activities across worldwide locations and functional groups, level V. At the former level, we will see movement from 16 to 21% in the next 10 years, while the forecasted upward trend for level V will take us from 14% to 18 to 19% in the next decade. Now the comparison starts in earnest. For the sample of C-suite executives, such as CEOs, COOs, and CFOs, the results are dramatically different and much more global. Figure 5.5 illustrates the expected changes. Let's keep in mind that we are talking about the same multinational corporations here. Basically, the idea is that the results should be the same if the C-suite executives and purchasing professionals are aligned with each other and have a common strategic view of purchasing as a part of their global supply chains. What we find is 111. That the C-suite executives' understanding of the way their companies are purchasing today includes only a small number, 9%, engaging only in domestic purchasing. They see roughly the same amount at levels 2, 3, and IV, and the largest percentage, about 30%, being at level V. The most remarkable results from the C-suite executives' feedback is that, based on all data collected, our predictions show that they expect a movement to some 61% being engaged in global purchasing activities that are integrated across worldwide locations and functions by 2023. This is a significant increase from their views of their activities today, which show 30% in this level V category. This is already significantly higher than the views of their purchasing professionals, who see this as 14%. A few more comparisons between C-suite executives and purchasing professionals may be in order. After all, C-suite executives often set the tone for what the firm does in terms of strategy. While we argue that supply chain executives should have a seat at the table when corporate strategy is being discussed, decided on, and implemented, this is, of course, not always the case. But, thankfully, more and more companies today are involving SCM executives on corporate boards and corporate leadership teams compared with the 1990s and early 2000s. Ideally, we would see at least one person on the board representing each of the 4 core areas of supply chain management: logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. We often see the latter 2 functions being represented, but seldom the first 2, and that needs to change if global strategy is to be effectively developed and implemented. What we see now is a relative disconnect between the C-suite and purchasing professionals. This is remarkably well illustrated by the fact that they do not even agree on 112. What is going on today? For example, C-suite executives think that level V global purchasing takes place roughly twice as often as the purchasing professionals do, 30% versus 14%. This difference involves both definitional boundaries and practical understandings of reality. That is, C-suite executives may simply define certain purchasing activities as more global than their counterparts in purchasing do. This definitional explanation resolves some of the differences. Unfortunately, the differences also include the fact that one or both groups of firm employees may underestimate the level of global purchasing if they are not directly aware of each purchasing activity. In either case, alignment and coordination across hierarchies in multinational corporations obviously have to improve to make purchasing more strategic, better aligned with firm objectives, and beneficial to other supply chain functions. Types of purchasing strategy beyond the domestic, international, and global purchasing strategies we discussed in the previous section. Purchasing includes a number of basic choices that companies make in deciding how to engage with markets. Figure 5.6 illustrates the basic options that are available. We draw on Masaki Kotib and Christian Elson's work in this section. 7. Their labeling and some of their definitional boundaries are a bit different from ours, but the overarching schema we present here is very much aligned with theirs. The basic choices in purchasing strategy relate to the use of imports, product assembly, or complete production within a country to serve the global marketplace. Another important decision relates to the use of internal or external suppliers for component parts or finished products to be used in the firm's production operations. The purchasing decision-making tree we present in this section begins with a choice of internal purchasing versus external purchasing. In other words, how to purchase. We find that roughly 35% of the purchasing in multinational corporations today is internal, with 65% being classified as external. The next decision, in both internal and external purchasing, is to figure out where. 113. To purchase, domestically or globally. This takes us ultimately to the types of purchasing, where and how, and the 4 choices for purchasing strategy. Domestic internal purchasing, global internal purchasing, domestic external purchasing, and global external purchasing. The 2 internal choices are involved in 35% of the purchases made by today's multinational corporations. Based on our estimation, we have no reason to expect the 35/65 split between internal and external purchasing to change in the foreseeable future. As an example, domestic internal purchasing could occur when a multinational corporation buys components from one of its own affiliates that produces them domestically in one of the firm's factories. This could also be referred to as domestic in-house sourcing. Global internal purchasing could occur when a multinational corporation buys components from one of its own subsidiaries that produces them in one of the firm's global factories. This could also be referred to as offshore subsidiary sourcing. The other 2 choices are chiefly external in scope and are involved in 65% of the purchases made by multinational corporations. Domestic external purchasing could occur when a multinational corporation buys components from one of its suppliers that produces them in one of its factories in the firm's home country. This could also be referred to simply as purchasing from vendors. Global external purchasing could occur when a multinational corporation buys components from one of its suppliers that produces them in one of its global factories. That could also be referred to as outsourcing or sometimes offshore outsourcing. We expect continued growth in external purchases well into the future. Outsourcing, offshoring, and their derivatives, the types of purchasing activities and strategies discussed previously, come with a set of generic options for the international arena. But we all know that. 114. Outsourcing and offshoring, along with many derivatives and other similar yet quite different options, exist in the purchasing world today. At this stage of the book and, in particular, at this stage of the purchasing chapter, we feel it is important to go over the outsourcing-related terms and options that companies have, especially the following terms that are often confusing to understand, develop strategy around, and implement. Outsourcing, insourcing, offshoring, offshore outsourcing, nearshoring, crowdsourcing, multi-sourcing, home sourcing, and co-sourcing. Outsourcing occurs when a multinational corporation buys products or services from one of its suppliers that produces them somewhere else, whether domestically or globally. In that sense, we are also referring to external purchasing when we talk about purchasing strategy. Insourcing occurs when a multinational corporation decides to stop outsourcing products or services and instead starts to produce them internally. Insourcing is the opposite of outsourcing. Therefore, we are dealing with internal purchasing in the context of purchasing strategy. Offshoring occurs when a multinational corporation buys products or services from one of its suppliers that produces them somewhere globally, outside the MNC's home country. Offshoring takes us to a form of global external purchasing in terms of purchasing strategy. Offshore outsourcing refers to a multinational corporation buying products or services from one of its suppliers in a country other than the one in which the product is manufactured or the service is developed. This again is a form of global external purchasing in terms of purchasing strategy. Nearshoring happens when a multinational corporation transfers business or information technology processes to suppliers in a nearby country, often one that shares a border with a firm's own country. While nearshoring is not a purchasing activity per se, it involves facilitating global external purchasing. Crowdsourcing refers to a multinational corporation outsourcing tasks to a distributed group of people. This process can occur both online and offline. The difference between crowdsourcing and typical outsourcing is that the task is outsourced to an undefined entity rather than to a specific firm or person. Crowdsourcing is not a supply chain phenomenon per se, but it applies to all four forms of purchasing strategy that we discussed in the previous section, especially with regard to supplier involvement in innovation processes. Multi-sourcing occurs when a multinational corporation buys parts of its business and information technology services from the optimal set of internal and external providers in the pursuit of business goals. The term is typically applied to information technology services, but it can be used for any business area. Home sourcing, sometimes called homeshoring, refers to a multinational corporation transferring service industry employment from the firm's physical offices to home-based employees with appropriate communication technology, who can be located anywhere in the world. Again, this is not a form of purchasing strategy per se, but it applies to a wide variety of purchasing scenarios. Co-sourcing occurs when a multinational corporation uses both its own employees from inside the firm and an external supplier to perform certain tasks, often in concert with each other. This applies to all four forms of purchasing strategy that we discussed in the previous section. However, co-sourcing implies that the relationship between the firm and its supplier is rather strategic in nature. Often, this involves the top suppliers in a particular product or component category. Global customers and channels. Global business customers are somewhat distinct in that they purchase raw materials, component parts, and products on a centralized or coordinated basis for decentralized use in the firm's production and operations. We draw on George Ip and Tomas Hult's work in this section. 8. They provide some descriptions and illustrations of firms over the years that have engaged with different types of customers. 115. And we encourage the reader to check out those scenarios. In this section, we illustrate the 5 different types of customers outlined by Ip and Hult by using fictitious scenarios involving real companies. Internationalization of purchasing refers broadly to the types of purchasing done. For instance, buying from domestic suppliers in domestic markets, buying from foreign suppliers in domestic markets, and buying from foreign suppliers in foreign markets. Globalization of purchasing is tied to the level of headquarters involvement, that is, no headquarters involvement. Headquarters recommends standards and/or products. Headquarters mandates standards and/or products, and headquarters does the purchasing. In essence, we build on the earlier sections on purchasing activities and purchasing strategy by involving a layer of centralization at the headquarters for the purchasing decision-making. The free local customer buys from domestic suppliers in domestic markets with no involvement by the headquarters of the multinational corporation. This customer type is exemplified by low internationalization of purchasing and low globalization of purchasing. An example of a free local customer could be a Detroit-based General Motors plant purchasing laundry and uniform services from StarSource Management Services in Detroit. The foreign customer buys from foreign suppliers in foreign markets with no involvement by the headquarters of the multinational corporation. This customer type is exemplified by high internationalization of purchasing and low globalization of purchasing. An example of a foreign customer could be a General Motors plant purchasing components for its cars from one of its foreign suppliers, Lila Logistic from Bessigheim, Germany, for use in GM's German operations. The international customer buys from foreign suppliers in domestic markets, with a multinational corporation's headquarters recommending standards and/or products. This customer type is exemplified by medium-level internationalization of purchasing and medium-level globalization of purchasing. An example of an international customer could be General Motors of Detroit purchasing components for its cars from one of its suppliers, Gestamp US Hardtech, which is located in Mason, Michigan, but is owned by the Spanish firm Gestamp, for use in GM's operations in Detroit. The controlled local customer buys from domestic suppliers in domestic markets with a multinational corporation's headquarters, mandating standards and/or products. This customer type is exemplified by low internationalization of purchasing and medium globalization of purchasing. An example of a controlled local customer could be General Motors in Detroit purchasing components for cars from one of its domestic suppliers, Lear Corporation from Detroit. The global customer buys from foreign suppliers in domestic or foreign markets, with a multinational corporation's headquarters mandating standards and/or products. This customer type is exemplified by medium to high internationalization of purchasing and medium to high globalization of purchasing. An example of a global customer could be General Motors of Detroit purchasing components for its cars from one of its foreign suppliers, Yasunaga Corporation from Japan, with a GM headquarters corporate buying unit being in charge of the purchasing. In this case, General Motors is providing both guidance and control. Order fulfillment and delivery. If we have global customers, as indicated in the previous section, it is reasonable to assume that we should have purchasing strategies to go along with those customers. In particular, using the framework of center-led or centralized purchasing, often headquarters-based, we can anchor purchasing both in domestic versus global order fulfillment and in domestic versus global delivery as well. Such 2x2 thinking is nicely 116. Aligned with and strategically oriented alongside the purchasing activities and purchasing strategy sections presented earlier in this chapter. The result is a synergy in thinking about how to orchestrate purchasing in the firm. Order fulfillment and delivery is a tricky business that takes place in the last mile of the global supply chain, often referred to as the market channels portion of the chain, where we deal with end customers. In a purchasing sense, it is simply referred to as order fulfillment when dealing with business-to-business customers such as purchasing between companies. These two issues are seldom discussed together, but we find that we can effectively draw on last-mile knowledge to capture the essence of the strategic choices and decisions that need to be made in both cases. That is, strategies for centralized global purchasing and strategies for extending the global supply chain. In particular, Kenneth Boyer, Malcolm Frolick, and Tomas Hult suggest 4 different strategies that we will apply to both 2x2 matrices: fully extended, centralized extended, semi-extended, and decoupled. 9. This means that, initially, the strategies for centralized global purchasing, fully extended, centralized extended, semi-extended, and decoupled, can effectively be represented by a 2x2 matrix. See Figure 5.7. Let's use the scenario of the auto manufacturer Ford Motor Company, which is based in Michigan but has extensive global operations, and look at its options for order fulfillment and delivery within the framework of centralized global purchasing. In 1903, Henry Ford started the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in cash, and his automobiles changed the way the world moved. According to its corporate philosophy, Ford Motor Company is focused on creating a strong business that builds great products that contribute to a better world. Ford.com. If we start with the lower left quadrant and the scenario of a fully extended global supply chain, where purchasing takes place in the home country and delivery is also to a home country location, we are talking, of course, about domestic order fulfillment and domestic delivery. An example of this scenario could be Ford purchasing car 117 seats from Magna, based in Excelsior Springs, Missouri, for delivery to its River Rouge plant in Dearborn, Michigan. Moving over to the lower right quadrant and the scenario of a centralized extended global supply chain, where purchasing takes place in a foreign country and delivery is to a home country location, we are looking at global order fulfillment and domestic delivery. An example of this scenario could be Ford purchasing axles from Donatalisol, based in Montevideo, Uruguay, for delivery to its plant in Flat Rock, Michigan. The top left quadrant illustrates the semi-extended strategy, purchasing in the home country and delivery to a foreign country location, so domestic order fulfillment and global delivery is the scenario. An example of this situational model could be Ford purchasing car seats from Magna, based in Excelsior Springs, Missouri, for delivery to its plant in St. Petersburg, Russia. The top right quadrant illustrates the decoupled strategy, purchasing in a foreign country and delivery to a foreign country location, where the scenario is global order fulfillment and global delivery. An example of this scenario could be Ford purchasing axles from Donatalisol, based in Montevideo, Uruguay, for delivery to its plant in St. Petersburg, Russia. The strategies for extending the global supply chain can also be effectively represented by a 2x2 matrix. See Figure 5.8. Let's use a scenario of grocery companies from Canada, England, and the United States, and look at their options for order fulfillment and delivery within the framework of extending the global supply chain. In 1916, Piggly Wiggly was the first self-service grocery store, and it has since evolved into a supermarket chain operating in the Midwestern and Southern regions of the United States. Peapod was one of America's first pure online grocery delivery services. The firm is based in 118 Skokie, Illinois, and has been in business since 1989. If we start with the lower left quadrant and the scenario of a fully extended global supply chain, here we are dealing with purchased products that are delivered from the global supplier's store directly to the firm. Examples of customer companies using this scenario include the grocery firms Tesco and Sainsbury in England and Albertsons in the United States. Moving to the right, to the lower right quadrant and the scenario of a centralized extended global supply chain, we are addressing purchased products that are delivered from the global suppliers' distribution center directly to the firm. Examples of customer companies using this scenario include the grocery firms Grocery Gateway in Canada and Ocado in England. The top left quadrant illustrates the semi-extended strategy, focusing on purchased products that are picked up from the global supplier's store by the firm. An example of a customer firm using this scenario includes the grocery firm Lowe's Foods in the United States. The top right quadrant illustrates the decoupled strategy with a focus on purchased products that are picked up from the global supplier's distribution center by the firm. At the end customer level, an example of a firm using this scenario includes the U.S. grocery firm Fresh Direct. Global supplier selection, even more than domestic supplier selection, should use a structured approach to ensure that the end result is the selection of an ideal global supplier. This means that the selection process for a global supplier needs to be as comprehensive as possible, given time and resource constraints. It also means that the global supplier selection process needs to be as objective as possible, given 119. The available resources internal and external to the firm. A step-by-step process for global supplier selection ensures an orderly, strategic, and ultimately appropriate selection of the perfect global supplier for a particular purchase scenario. So we build a 7-step process for global supplier evaluation, suggest a set of main dimensions for this evaluation, and illustrate our thinking by including a sample scorecard for global supplier selection criteria. As with any strategic initiative, a global supplier selection plan should be rigorous, be process-oriented, and result in an effective outcome that is defendable, both internally in the multinational corporation and also externally to current and potential global suppliers. We find that the following 7-step plan works well when selecting a global supplier for a new purchasing scenario or selecting a new or existing global supplier for an existing purchasing category. 1. Identify the main dimensions for global supplier evaluation. 2. Assign weights to the main dimensions for evaluation. 3. Identify sub-dimensions for global supplier evaluation. 4. Assign weights to the sub-dimensions for evaluation. 5. Define the scoring system for the main dimensions and sub-dimensions. 6. Evaluate each global supplier, initially screened as acceptable. 7. Make the decision as to which global supplier to select. Step 1 entails identifying potential dimensions for global supplier evaluation and then selecting the main dimensions to be used in the assessment. The pyramid in Figure 5.9 illustrates starting points for thinking about and evaluating the potential dimensions to be used. These dimensions follow the logic of this book, focusing on industry globalization drivers and supply chain infrastructure, discussed in chapters 2 and 3, along with competitive priorities, discussed in more detail in chapter 6, when we deal with global operations. As a result, we find the 7 main dimensions illustrated in the pyramid to be unique and appropriate starting points for global supplier evaluation and selection. To illustrate the use of these 7 main dimensions in global supplier selection, we have provided a draft of a scorecard that includes the 7 main dimensions, sub-dimensions for each main dimension, weights allocated to the main dimensions and sub-dimensions. 120. A fictitious illustrative score for each sub-dimension, the calculated weighted score based on the sub-weights and scores, an overall dimensional score, and finally an overall score for the global supplier we evaluated. See Table 5.1. In this case, we scored this fictitious global supplier as a 68.0 on the 100-point scale, where 100 is the maximum and 0 is the minimum. We like using weights that add up to 100 points at all times for ease of understanding and to facilitate comparisons across global suppliers, time periods, and purchasing categories, but there is nothing magical or necessary about the 100-point scaling format. In this global supplier selection and evaluation scorecard, we include the 7 main dimensions: cost, speed, quality, and flexibility from the competitive priorities framework, see Chapter 6, plus the industry drivers and 2 core aspects of supply chain infrastructure, security and risks and general infrastructure. For each main dimension, we also include logical and important sub-dimensions. For example, as the scorecard illustrates, we selected total cost analysis and financial stability for the cost dimension. Total cost is included because we find it incredibly valuable to evaluate the total cost, including the cost of each node, actor, and link in the global supply chain. With this information, we can make decisions based on the total cost of all the nodes, actors, and links collectively. This is in contrast to the result of summing the costs associated with each of those nodes, actors, and links. We will cover total cost analysis in much more detail in Chapter 6. The financial stability of the global suppliers evaluated is critically important in terms of, among other things, long-term delivery of purchased goods. For the speed dimension, we selected timely delivery and convenience as 2 sub-dimensions. Timely delivery, or cycle time, is always important for global supplier selection. It may be the most important factor for commodity-based goods and far lower in importance for other types of goods, but it should always be on the radar screen for what? 121. Should be included for evaluation, with at least at some minimum weight. In this case, we opted to allocate 70% of the speed score to timely delivery and 30% of the weight for that main dimension to convenience. We include convenience because many companies operate close to or totally within just-in-time frameworks. That means that speed is evaluated not only in terms of fast cycle time, but also in terms of speed to get goods to the firm at the right time. For quality, we selected the quality management system and experience as the two sub-dimensions. Obviously, additional sub-dimensions for quality purposes should be considered and are likely to be added, depending on what type of purchase is being considered, whether the global supplier is new or has previously been used by the firm, and so on. In this case, we refer to the quality management system as the global supplier's processes and its management of those processes to ensure that quality is achieved in the component parts and products delivered to the buyer. Ultimately, your firm becomes the quality assurance to the customer, and you need to be assured that the global supplier plays its role in this quality achievement. Experience, of course, goes a long way toward building a relationship in which you can trust the supplier to deliver and achieve quality. But the overall scorecard is also structured to address trust issues, including quality initiatives for new global suppliers as well. For flexibility, we selected life cycle service and agility to meet specifications as the two sub-dimensions. Basically, we are looking for sub-dimensions here that address the global supplier's flexibility in terms of working with your firm to meet whatever demands you face from the customers within your industry. This brings us to life cycle service issues as well as meeting the specifications that you set, no matter what they are and no matter how often they may change. We did allocate fewer overall points, 5 points, or 5% of the 100 points total for the scorecard, to this dimension, but it is important. At the margin, and sometimes much more than that, in meeting end customer demands over time. For the industry globalization drivers, security and risks, and general infrastructure items, we built on what we discussed in chapters 2 and 3. Therefore, we suggest that market drivers, cost drivers, government drivers, and competitive drivers should be evaluated for each global supplier in the context of the industry in which they operate, which may be your industry or a nearby industry. As a result, in addition to the competitive priority factor of cost, we include cost drivers as a part of the industry drivers. This means that costs that are directly related to the global supplier are evaluated in the competitive priorities portion of the scorecard, and cost as it pertains to the industry in a specific country or world region is evaluated in the industry globalization driver portion. Similarly, issues related to security, risk, transportation, communication, utilities, and technology are all relevant in the context of the country and/or world region environment when finding or verifying a global supplier. As for scoring, select a scoring system that you are comfortable with. You probably already have a scoring system that you use for purchasing in the domestic setting. Can it be applied and/or adapted for global suppliers? What needs to be done, and how many changes need to be made to allow you to use your existing supplier evaluation scorecard in the global setting? These questions serve as the starting point for the global supplier selection and evaluation scorecard, since they are probably the scoring anchors that will make those in the C-suite and purchasing professionals the most comfortable. Our preferred scoring method is to use a system that is easy to use and hard not to use, while being rigorous enough to serve the process well. With that in mind, we prefer a 0 to 3 scoring system with labels to go along with each incremental score. Major nonconformity, score equals 122. 0. You would give a score of 0 to a global supplier when you think it very likely that there would be a total breakdown of an activity pertaining to the global purchasing system. Minor nonconformity, score equals 1. You would give a score of 1 to a global supplier when you think it is likely that there would be a failure of its quality system or a reduction in its ability to ensure high-quality processes and/or products. Conformity, score equals 2. You would give a score of 2 to a global supplier when you believe that no major or minor nonconformities were noted during the evaluation, based on all available documents and/or past experiences. Adequacy, score equals 3. You would give a score of 3 to a global supplier when you think the supplier's performance record and/or objective documentation meets the purchasing needs based on the scope of the planned operations. Global supplier networks. The term global supplier networks has commonly been used to refer to any form of association and/or network of global suppliers dealing with firm-based or non-firm specific alliances. The general idea of global supplier networks takes purchasing to a higher strategic level than transactional relationships. We classify these strategic initiatives as an international purchasing office, a global supplier association, and a global supplier network. The bottom line is that in today's global economy, a multinational corporation can rarely be successful without a supplier base that is competitive on a worldwide basis. The 3 kinds of global supplier networks play a significant role in creating and maintaining a competitive global supplier base for the firm. Are you engaged in one? If yes, great, assuming it works. If not, then why not? An international purchasing office, IPO, is where the main purchasing executive is located in many multinational corporations. The purchasing executive is generally important, as indicated by the following numbers. In medium and large companies, the highest level purchasing executive reports to the highest level executive or one level below in 65% of the companies. In small companies, the highest level purchasing executive reports to the highest level executive or one level below in 90% of the companies. Our ideal scenario is one in which global supply chain management, with a particular focus on logistics and purchasing, has a seat at the corporate strategy table at all times. From a global supplier, internal, network perspective, a typical international purchasing office in a multinational corporation has the responsibility for 1. Identifying supplier opportunities in the global marketplace, 2. Selecting global suppliers for partnerships, and 3. Coordinating input from buyers, deciders, gatekeepers, influencers, and users that are involved in specific global sourcing situations. In other words, this is where centralized purchasing resides and where integration and coordination across strategic business units and functional departmental units are front and center. Another form of global supplier network occurs when a multinational corporation forms a so-called global supplier association. In this arrangement, as such, a global supplier association refers to a multinational corporation brings together its key global suppliers as a formal group, a global supplier association, on a regular basis. For example, annual global supplier conferences, in order to achieve strategic and tactical alignment. Toyota was the first firm to form a supplier association in 1939. Today, Toyota's Supplier Association has more than 200 members. Supplier associations are linked to a variety of benefits that facilitate global supplier development. This includes reducing costs, sharing best practices, training and development, and strengthening the trust and mutual benefit of the relationship among members. Global supplier networks, as defined here, are supplier networks that are independent of any one firm, which is not the case with global supplier associations. In essence, these global supplier networks provide a link between many global suppliers and 123. Many global buyers, sometimes with a broad product assortment and sometimes very industry and/or very product specific. For example, Ariba was started in 1996 by Bobby Lind, Boris Buchanek, Paul Tao, Rob DeSantis, Ed Kinsey, Paul Higati, and Keith Cratch based on the idea of using the internet to help companies facilitate and improve the purchasing process. The Ariba network has more than 700,000 buyers and sellers doing business in more than 140 countries without being tied to any one firm. Critical success factors for purchasing in global supply chains based on research conducted by the world-leading supply chain management faculty at Michigan State University. through the Global Procurement and Supply Chain Benchmarking Initiative, a global, multi-industry benchmarking effort involving more than 200 companies worldwide. The following 8 factors have been identified as being critical to success for purchasing in global supply chains. 1. Organizational support structure. Does your firm have an organizational support structure for global purchasing in place, such as cross-functional/cross-locational teams, internal buy-in and cross-functional support, a globalization manager, staff to oversee the process, and international and global purchasing offices? 2. Executive commitment. Does your firm have executive commitment to global purchasing, including support for the development of a rigorous and well-defined process, providing budget and staff availability, developing performance measures that are reported to executives, promoting gains achieved throughout the organization, and participating on an executive steering committee to guide the process? 3. Organizational resource availability. Does your firm have resources available for global purchasing in 4 core areas? Personnel with the required knowledge, skills, and abilities, systems with the required information and data, time for personnel to develop global strategies, and overall budget support? 4. Information systems and technology. Does your firm have information systems and technology in place to support global purchasing, including common coding for commodities and suppliers, information on historical usage and pricing, visibility concerning performance scorecards, and worldwide data availability? 5. Well-defined global sourcing process. Does your firm have a rigorous and well-defined approach to and process for global purchasing, a key differentiator between effective and highly effective efforts? 6. Availability of global suppliers. Does your firm have access to global suppliers in support of global purchasing? In this case, a global supplier is not one that has locations in every part of the world. Rather, a global supplier is one that can supply the buying firm's worldwide requirements competitively. 7. Performance measurement systems. Does your firm measure performance in support of global purchasing, including recognizing, measuring, and rewarding the contributions of teams and individuals, as well as measuring and reporting the performance gains achieved through global purchasing agreements? 8. Communication and coordination mechanisms. Does your firm have appropriate communication and coordination mechanisms in place to support global purchasing, including regular review meetings, post-mortem review meetings, center-led strategy development efforts, web pages and chat rooms, co-location of personnel, and other email, phone, and video conferencing capabilities? If a firm invests in these 8 areas, the overall global purchasing effort is more likely to be successful. With these critical success factors in mind, we can now also provide strategic guidelines for purchasing in global supply chains. Guidelines for purchasing in global supply chains. Purchasing is one of the 4 critical 124 functions that should be integrated at the strategic and tactical levels in global supply chains and as part of the global firm's corporate strategy. As in the earlier discussion of logistics, some purchasing issues are major items that you can see, and others are intricate details of doing global business that are not readily obvious or understood. Clearly, there are numerous issues related to purchasing in global supply chains that need to be considered. In assessing global purchasing, we suggest these guidelines as a starting point, in parallel to the success factors outlined previously. Bullet. Develop mechanisms for creating understanding and alignment between the firm's purchasing professionals and the C-suite executives. This is an incredibly important task for any firm, but for a multinational corporation that does not have a supply chain executive on its corporate leadership team, creating and nurturing this alignment between purchasing professionals and C-suite executives is among the most significant internal aspects of purchasing's role in corporate strategy. It also enhances the degree of globalness that can ultimately be achieved through the goals that are set. Bullet. In the case of purchasing, Plan for and execute strategic initiatives to become at least as global as the average industry globalization drivers allow for and as the expectations for. Global purchasing measures in the next 10 years are: if you simply maintain your current level of globalness in purchasing, you will be losing a competitive edge in the next decade. This increased globalness in purchasing can be very effectively structured by adopting a strategy rooted in the issues discussed in the section, from domestic to international to global purchasing. Bullet overall, 35% of the purchasing activities for multinational corporations involve internal purchasing of some kind, from domestic or global sources, while 65% of the purchasing activities involve external purchasing, domestic or global. Where does your firm fall in terms of this breakdown? If you are off significantly from the 35/65 split, why is this, and what does it mean for your competitive edge? Consider moving toward a better alignment with a 35/65 benchmark, or make sure that you can justify the deviation strategically and explain why it is beneficial to your firm. Bullet. Most likely, your firm is both a global customer and a global supplier. In the global supply chains in which you operate, do you have different expectations as a customer and as a supplier? Why or why not? This is not to say that you should, but you need to make sure that you are strategic, aligned, and consistent across the inbound and outbound purchasing actions that you engage in. This entails global channels, order fulfillment, and delivery options. It can also include constantly evaluating and considering options to join global supplier networks, both from the customer and from the supplier sides. Bullet. What type of scorecard do you use for global supplier selection? Is it a universal scorecard that is applicable to all strategic business units, functional units, and any other purchasing scenarios in the firm, so that it covers all raw materials, component parts, and finished goods that you purchase? If not, why not? Can a standardized scorecard for global supplier selection be implemented? If so, you should attempt to do so. However, it is likely that global supplier evaluation and selection differ somewhat, depending on the purchase category. If so, strive for commonality across purchasing categories in some aspects of the scorecard, and preferably also with common items assessed by major competitors in the industry. Chapter 6: Operations in Global Supply Chains. Operations integrates global supply chains. Global Operations Strategy. The initial heading in this chapter, Global Operations Strategy, is something of a conundrum in that operations is typically viewed as a group of activities. 125. Behaviors, or generally things that we do. Strategy, on the other hand, is a plan, a scheme, or even a policy-oriented undertaking. The former is normally focused on the short term, and the latter is characteristically long-term in orientation. So, what do we get when we combine operations and strategy? Then, of course, we add global to the phrase and do it in the context of supply chain management. Tracing operations may help you understand the logic that we are adopting in this book. Operations research, or operational research in British usage, is a functional professional discipline that involves the application of advanced analytical methods to making decisions in a variety of contexts, such as supply chains. It is heavily rooted in the field of mathematics and connects to management science and decision sciences as two interdisciplinary fields that span business, engineering, statistics, and mathematics, to mention a few areas. The idea is to develop and arrive at optimal or at least near optimal solutions to problems that are complex and involve decision-making. Practically speaking, this means that operations research within a global supply chain context is concerned with determining the maximum or minimum of some real-world supply chain objective in the global marketplace. As an example, Massachusetts Institute of Technology's, MIT's, Supply Chain Management, SCM, program, which started in 1998, is heavily grounded in principles of operations research. MIT's SCM program is currently #1 in graduate education. Operations management is also a functional professional field. It is concerned with management of the direct physical and/or technical functions of a firm, particularly those that relate to designing, developing, producing, and manufacturing products and/or services. This also includes redesigning business operations involved in the production of products and/or services. One way to understand the role of operations management is to compare it with engineering. Engineering blends out with applied science, and so does operations management. In some respects, operations management can be viewed as blending strategic and tactical issues from the field of management with art and science. Michigan State University's MSU's Supply Chain Management program, which started more than half a century ago, incorporates a heavy operations management foundation along with an equal dosage of logistics and purchasing. MSU's SCM program is number one in undergraduate education. We can all agree that operations as a form of practice has been around for centuries. One early example of operations comes from James Watt, a Scottish inventor and mechanical engineer. In 1763, he improved on the Newcomen steam engine, which had been in use for some 50 years, by causing the steam to condense in a chamber separated from the piston. This meant that very little heat was absorbed into the cylinder, and therefore more heat could be used by the steam engine to perform actual work. Basically, James Watt used operations principles to improve on an existing steam engine. Watt formed a successful partnership with Matthew Boulton that resulted in these types of modern steam engines being installed in commercial production facilities to serve as an integral component of that era's supply chains. For our purposes, global operations management is the part of global supply chain management that refers to the systematic design, direction, and control of domestic and global processes that transform various inputs into services and products for internal and external global customers. See Figure 6.1. A global operations strategy is the means by which operations implements the multinational firm's corporate strategy and facilitates the firm's being market-driven. It involves the worldwide management of make or buy. 126. Decisions in global supply chains, global production and manufacturing, competitive priorities in such supply chains, total cost analyses in global supply chains, process-based quality standards, guidelines within the supply chain operations reference model, and decisions on the usage of operational, logistics, providers within the realm of global operations across the supply chain. Strategically, within the integrated global supply chain of multinational corporations, it is predicted that operations as a function will become 12% more globalized in the next 5 years, 2013 to 2018, and 26% more globalized in the next 10 years, by 2023. Figure 6.2 illustrates these increases. In 2013, operations scored 60 out of 100 points in terms of being globalized, where 100 is fully globalized and 0 is purely domestic. A score of 60 places operations in the tie for lost with market channels, behind purchasing at the top and logistics after that, in terms of the degree of globalness permeating that function of the supply chain. Operations is found to be the third most important of the 4 functions: logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels, scoring a 92 out of a possible 100 points on the degree of importance in contributing to overall global supply chain management for the multinational corporation, MNC. Market channels is at the top with 96, followed by logistics with 127. 94, then operations with 92, and purchasing with 89. Operations is expected to increase slightly in importance, from 92 to 93, over the next 5 years. Figure 6.3 illustrates the changes in operations in the 2013 to 2018 time period. 128. Make or buy decisions in global supply chains. The make or buy decision for a global firm is the strategic decision concerning whether to produce an item in-house, make, or purchase it from an outside supplier, buy. Make or buy decisions are made at both the strategic and operational levels, with the strategic level being focused on the long term and the operational level being more focused on the short term. In some ways, the make or buy decision is also the starting point for operations influence on global supply chains. That is, someone in the chain, within one firm has to take the lead in deciding whether the global firm should make the product in-house or buy it from an external supplier. If the decision is to make it in-house, there are certain implications for that firm's global supply chains, for example, where to purchase raw materials and component parts. If the decision is to buy the product, that decision also has certain implications, for example, quality control and competitive priorities management. A number of things are involved in determining which decision is the correct one for a particular global firm and in a particular situation. At a broad level, issues of product success, specialized knowledge, and strategic fit can lead to the make, produce, decision. For example, if the item or part is critical to the success of the product, including perceptions among primary stakeholders, such a scenario skews the decision in favor of make. Another reason for a make decision is that the item or part requires specialized design or production skills, and/or that equipment and reliable. 129. Alternatives are very scarce. Strategic fit is also important. If the item or part strategically fits within the firm's current and/or planned core competencies, then it should be a make decision for the global firm. However, these are strategic decisions at a general level. In reality, the make or buy decision is often based largely on two critical factors: cost and production capacity. Cost issues include such things as acquiring raw materials, component parts, and any other inputs into the process, along with the costs of finishing the product. The production capacity is really presented as an opportunity cost. That is, does the firm have the capacity to produce the product at a cost that is at least no higher than the cost of buying it from an external supplier? And, if the product is made in-house, what opportunity cost would be incurred as a result? For example, what product or item was the firm unable to produce because of limited production capacity? Unfortunately, many, and perhaps most, global companies think that cost and production capacity are the only factors playing into the make or buy decision. This is simply not true. Cost and production capacity are just the two main drivers behind make or buy choices made by global companies when they engage in global supply chains. The decision of whether to buy or make a product is a much more complex and research-intensive process than the typical global firm may expect, though. For example, how many times have we heard, let's move our production to China because we can get the same quality for a dime on the dollar cost, and that will free up production capacity that we can use to focus on other products? Of course, dime on the dollar cost is not relevant because we have to take into account the costs of quality control measures that have to be instituted, raw materials that have to be purchased far away from home, foreign entry requirements, multiple-party contracts, management responsibilities for the outsourced production operations, and so on. Ultimately, we are unlikely to end up with a dime on the dollar cost, but where do we end up and how do we get there? In other words, what are the core elements that we should be evaluating when we are determining whether the correct decision is to make or to buy? To facilitate the make or buy decision, we have captured the dynamics of this choice in two figures that center on either operationally favoring a make decision or operationally favoring a buy decision. As we can see, the core elements in both cases are cost and production capacity. However, the other elements differ for each of the decisions and influence the choice differently. This means that we need to evaluate each decision separately, not jointly. In fact, through this process, we may end up thinking that both a make and a buy decision would be acceptable and strategically logical for our firm. Keep in mind that this simply means that we have a choice. If both choices seem positive for your firm, choose the one that is the best strategic fit with the least opportunity cost structure. The elements that favor a make decision. Beyond the core elements of cost and production capacity, include quality control, proprietary technology, having control, excess capacity, limited suppliers, assurance of continual supply, and industry drivers. See Figure 6.4. So, the starting point is lower, or at least no greater, cost than 130. What we can expect when we outsource the production to an external party in another country, or another external party in general. The limitation is that we must have excess production capacity or capacity that is best used by our firm for making the product in-house. After the cost and production capacity decisions have been explored and made, really, after the cost and production hurdles have been overcome, the next set of decisions follows logically from the path in Figure 6.4. For example, if quality control is important to the global firm, cannot be relied on fully if the part is outsourced, and is at the center of the strategic core that customers expect from the firm, then the quality control issue favors a make decision. If there is proprietary technology involved in making the product that cannot or should not be shared with outsourcing parties, then the decision has to be made. The idea that limited suppliers may influence the make or buy choice in the direction of the make selection is important as well. Specifically, it could be that some suppliers do not want to work with certain companies in certain parts of the world. It could also be that a supplier cannot, because of various 131 restrictions on production or location, or because of international barriers. Follow the production of your firm's products to wherever you see fit to locate your production lines. Naturally, if the firm has excess capacity that otherwise would not be productively used, the decision should favor a make choice to allow that excess capacity to be used for the benefit of the firm in the global marketplace. Some companies also simply want to have control over certain elements of their production processes. This affects the make or buy decision in favor of the make choice. A make decision is also favored if there is any chance that supply cannot be guaranteed if the firm moves its production overseas. And, finally, the industry globalization drivers may dictate that a make decision should be the choice for various trust and commitment reasons involving your industry and the marketplace that you engage with in order to find success. Now, some of these elements that favor make can probably influence a buy decision as well. Naturally, if one of the make elements is not in favor of the make decision, for example, if there is no excess capacity, this would suggest that the global firm should think more seriously about a buy decision. However, again, the buy decision also involves a number of other elements that are not necessarily factors in the make decision. See Figure 6.5. As with a make decision, after the cost and production capacity decisions have been considered and made, the next set of decisions for the buy choice follow logically from the path in Figure 6.5. For example, if the global firm has minimal restrictions on which firms or companies it can source raw materials and component parts from, then a buy decision is more likely, since outsourcing production also increases the likelihood that other and/or more suppliers in those parts of the world will be used. Another good reason to choose a buy scenario is if the firm lacks the needed expertise to make a product or component part, and the supplier or outsourced production choice has that expertise. Supplier competencies can affect the decision in favor of a buy choice as well, especially if those competencies reside closer to the production facility that you buy from than the ones that will be available if you make the product. Small volumes would also be a reason favoring a buy. 132. Decision. Cost efficiencies can seldom be achieved when only small volumes are produced. Inventory planning is also of critical importance. Even if your firm can make the product equally well in terms of quality and expectations set, perhaps a better choice is to buy simply in order to strategically manage inventory, which is a cost center in the global supply chain. In certain cases, even brand preference is a reason to go with a buy decision. For example, many computer users favor Intel microchips in their computers, so many of the large computer manufacturers opt to buy chips from Intel instead of making them in-house for that reason. This was more true in the 1990s and 2000s than it is now, but it is still a factor. And, of course, if the item to be made is a so-called non-essential item that has little effect on the firm's core competencies and what the customers expect in terms of uniqueness, this is a factor in favor of a buy decision. Global production and manufacturing. The growth of global production in parent companies with foreign affiliates has been tremendous in the last 2 decades, outdoing the home country production by more than tenfold. What this means is that since 1990, multinational 133 corporations have opted to set up shop and production facilities outside their domestic home country 10 times for every one time they have opted to create such production facilities at home. We predict that this trend will continue and perhaps even increase in the next decade. Are you ready to make the decision to open up a new production facility outside your home base? And if so, where? How will you go about it? Perhaps thinking about it in terms of the 6 roles we see for foreign factories will help you in making the appropriate and correct decision. Based on work by Casraferdos, the strategic roles for foreign factories are offshore factory, source factory, server factory, contributor factory, outpost factory, and lead factory. 2. An offshore factory is one that is developed and set up mainly for producing component parts or finished goods at a lower cost than producing them at home or in any other market, when a total cost analysis involving all supply chain activities has been conducted. Further suggests that at an offshore factory, investments in technology and managerial resources should ideally be kept to a minimum to achieve greater cost efficiencies. Basically, the best offshore factory should involve minimal everything from engineering to development to engaging with suppliers to negotiating prices to any form of strategic decisions being made at that facility. In reality, contrary to Ferdos, we expect at least some strategic decisions to include input from the offshore factory personnel. A source factory's primary purpose is also to drive down costs in the global supply chain. The main difference between a source factory and an offshore factory is the strategic role of the factory, which is more significant for a source factory than for an offshore factory. Managers of a source factory have more of a say in certain decisions, such as purchasing raw materials and component parts used in the production at the source factory. They also have strategic input into production planning, process changes, logistics issues, product customization, and implementation of newer designs when needed. Centrally, a source factory is at the top of the standards in the global supply chain, and these factories are used and treated just like any factory in the global firm's home country. This also means that source factories should be located where production costs are low, where infrastructure is well developed, see Chapter 3, and where it is relatively easy to find a knowledgeable and skilled workforce to make the products. A server factory is linked into the global supply chain for a global firm to supply specific country or regional markets around the globe. This type of factory, often with the same standards as the top factories in the global firm system, is set up to overcome intangible and tangible barriers in the global marketplace. For example, a server factory may be intended to overcome tariff barriers, reduce taxes, and reinvest money made in the region. Another obvious reason for a server factory is to reduce or eliminate costly global supply chain operations that would be needed if the factory were located much farther away from the end customers. Managers at a server factory typically have more authority to make minor customizations to please their customers, but they still do not have much more input than managers in an offshore factory relative to the home country factories of the same global firm. A contributor factory also serves a specific country or world region. The main difference between a contributor factory and a server factory is that a contributor factory has responsibilities for product and process engineering and development. This type of factory also has much more of a choice in terms of which suppliers to use for raw materials and component parts. In fact, a contributor factory often competes with a global firm's home factories for testing new ideas and products. A contributor factory has its own infrastructure when it comes to development, engineering, and production. This means that a contributor 134 factory is very much standalone in terms of what it can do and how it contributes to the global firm's supply chain efforts. An outpost factory can be viewed as an intelligence gathering unit. This means that an outpost factory is often placed near a competitor's headquarters or main operations, near the most demanding customers, or near key suppliers of unique and critically important parts. An outpost factory also has a function to fill in production. It often operates as a server and/or offshore factory as well. The outpost factory can be very much connected to the idea of selecting countries for operations based on the country's strategic importance rather than on the production logic of a location. 3. Maintaining and potentially even enhancing the position of the global firm in strategic countries is sometimes viewed as a practical factor. For example, the fact that Nokia has its headquarters in Finland may result in another mobile phone manufacturer locating some operations in Finland, even though the country market is rather small, about 5.5 million people. A lead factory is intended to create new processes, products, and technologies that can be used throughout the global firm in all parts of the world. This is where cutting-edge production should take place, or at least be tested for implementation in other parts of the firm's production network. Given the lead factory's prominent role in setting a high bar for how the global firm wants to provide products to customers, we also expect that it will be located in an area where highly skilled employees can be found, or where they want to locate. A lead factory scenario also implies that managers and employees at the site have a direct connection to and say in which suppliers to use, what designs to implement, and other issues that are of critical importance to the core competencies of the global firm. Competitive priorities in global supply chains. The phrase competitive priorities, as we will use it, originated in the field of operations management. The idea was that trade-offs in operations strategy were an important element of the firm's overall strategy and, more important, a way for operations to contribute to the competitive edge of the global firm. For at the outset, we want to say that we disagree with the concept that a firm needs to select one priority. In essence, the logic behind this concept is that a firm should select one competitive priority and base its edge on implementing that priority better than the competition. This means that companies should seldom, if ever, try to compete on multiple competitive priorities. Doing so would mean taking on too much, with a risk of not performing well on any of the priorities. Certainly there are many examples across strategy fields in general that support the idea of selecting one or a few focus areas and then implementing them really well compared with the competition. For example, Michael Porter describes 3 main or generic strategies that businesses use to initially achieve and then maintain competitive advantages in the global marketplace: cost leadership, differentiation, and focus strategy. 5. A cost leadership strategy simply refers to the idea that producing high volumes of standardized products will also allow a firm to take advantage of economies of scale and experience curve effects. The emphasis in the differentiation strategy is on being superior in terms of quality, delivery, or flexibility. The focus strategy centers on the firm's targeting a few market segments by tailoring its offerings to these segments in unique ways. In essence, the competitive priorities in operations management are very much connected to Porter's cost leadership and differentiation strategies, but are generally implemented at the operations management level of the global supply chain. In today's global marketplace, though, we have moved beyond the need for operations in 135. global supply chains to strategically focus on only one competitive priority. For that matter, this is true for the corporate strategy level as well, as in the case of Porter's work. Instead, we fully expect, as customers that global companies are global for a reason. They solve customers' problems wherever the customers are, regardless of where the global firm has its headquarters. This challenges operations within global supply chains to be all things to all people. Our benchmarking and research over a couple of decades provide foundational platforms for what to focus on in establishing world-class supply chains, as well as supply chains that are more narrowly focused on one of the competitive priorities. World-class supply chains emphasize operational issues that are directed toward three distinct areas. See Figure 6.6. First, world-class supply chains are incredibly good at storing knowledge that can be used for future global supply chain operations. They have developed appropriate storage bins, intangible, people, or tangible, such as electronic networks, that can be readily accessed to infuse knowledge into the global supply chain. Second, world-class supply chains are very good at applying knowledge to solve specific global supply chain operations issues. Not only do they have the stored organizational memory, but they are also effective at using their knowledge in an appropriate way and at the appropriate time. Third, world-class supply chains are able to take actions that are based on global supply chain knowledge much more readily, effectively, and efficiently than other supply chains. While we believe that global supply chains within global companies no longer have to select just one competitive priority as their focus, some chains should be targeted in terms of their scope and 136. What they try to achieve worldwide. Niche markets, targeted strategies, and a focused approach will work at some times and in some industries or geographic locations. If the goal is to have a first-mover advantage, as we call it in global markets, then the competitive priority of speed has to take precedence, at least for some time, in the introduction of a product into a new marketplace. If the focus is on quality first and everything else second, for example, for the approximately 100 restaurants in the world classified as 3-star Michelin-ranked restaurants, then quality has to come first, has to be the focus, and cannot be anything but the best. By the same token, chains focusing on cost and flexibility stress attributes associated with each of those focus areas. What is important to note, however, is that whether the focus is on speed, quality, cost, or flexibility, each of those types of chain also exemplifies the three main characteristics of world-class supply chains that we described earlier. In addition to the world-class attributes of organizational memory, knowledge use, and ability to take action, speed-focused global supply chains also focus on 1. Delivering products in the shortest cycle time, 2. Being very customer-oriented, and 3. Developing innovative processes. The additional characteristics of quality-focused chains include 1. Emphasis on delivering high-quality products, 2. Dependence on having high knowledge quality, and 3. Preferences. For developing innovative products, cost-focused chains focus on 1. Delivering cost-efficient products, 2. Accessing knowledge quickly, and 3. Preferring to imitate competitors' successful practices. And flexibility-focused chains have a preference for 1. Focusing on delivering highly flexible products, 2. Filtering knowledge effectively, and 3. Avoiding risks in products and processes. Total cost analysis in global supply chains. Total supply chain costs include all costs across all companies in the global supply chain. This includes all costs associated with, for example, all first-tier suppliers, all second-tier suppliers, all third-tier suppliers, the producer, the agents and/or facilitators in the chain, the wholesaler and the retailer, and many other potential actors in the supply chain. Total cost analysis is one of the most important aspects of the global supply chain. If you are to run an effective and efficient global supply chain, such costs should not be measured as the sum of the costs for each individual link and entity. Instead, a total cost analysis and its outcome are measured by determining the lowest total cost when all operations in the global supply chain are included. Focusing on single individual companies may lead to sub-optimization and even gaming, where one firm tries to shift costs to another firm. The global supply chain has a number of cost centers that need to be analyzed not individually, but collectively. See Figure 6.7. Decisions then need to be made by key actors or even by all actors in the chain together to maximize the overall cost efficiency of the global supply chain. 137. Thus, a total cost perspective means that the focus is on reducing the total cost of the global supply chain. From that perspective, it is very possible that one firm may experience increased costs while other companies in the chain experience lowered costs. The idea is to lower the costs in the entire global supply chain, resulting in cost measures for the chain as a whole being improved. On the fairness principle, if some companies at some nodes in the chain agree to increase their costs in order to improve the total cost of the chain, then companies whose costs are lower should share the benefits with those companies that had increased costs. Importantly, global companies participating in world-class supply chains are willing to share the benefits and risks associated with the effective and efficient operations and integration of the chain. This takes trust, commitment, and high-level management of the global supply chain. A total cost analysis of the global supply chain can be done effectively using a 5-step process. Robert Handfield and Ernest Nichols defined these 5 steps, which we have adapted. 1. Identify total cost items to analyze. 2. Map nodes, activities, and resources. 3. Identify the scope of and costs in the model. 4. Identify performance standards. And 5. Document the model and use it. 6. The first step, identifying total cost items to analyze, is obviously a critical starting point for this exercise, as it involves all aspects of the global supply chain, including all companies, products, and component parts across the chain in a total cost analysis is unrealistic. First, start with a Pareto principle, also called the 80/20 rule. 20% of the products or parts are responsible for 80% of the total cost. Focus initially on those items and the companies involved. Second, zero in on problem items, products, or parts that are strategically needed for each node. Third, focus on multiple items from or to the same supplier or customer and analyze them as a group. The second step of the total cost analysis process is to map the nodes, activities, and resources in the global supply chain. Companies, nodes, in the global supply chain, the activities between them, and the resources used in each paired relationship depend on each other. A total cost analysis involves knowing and assessing each step of the order fulfillment process. For example, order processing, shipping, inspection, and inventory used. Knowing and assessing refers to the resources used for normal activity plus the resources used for secondary activity when or if the process fails. 138. The third step of the total cost analysis process is to identify the scope of and costs in the model. This is the stage of the total cost analysis at which decisions are made concerning the scope and the cost elements to be included. Again, not all items and all costs are relevant for a total cost analysis in global supply chains. The scope of the total cost analysis and its operations, nodes, activities, and resources should not be too broad or too narrow. The costs included should be relevant, should occur in the forecasted future, and should be controllable. The fourth step of the total cost analysis process, identifying performance standards that can span the full global supply chain, requires the establishment of a structured measurement system that is rigorous, is relatively easy to prepare, and can be operated without too much cost. Given that global supply chains are inherently heterogeneous in terms of the different nodes, activities, and resources used, the performance system should follow some standardized measurement and recording procedures. This takes trust, commitment, and ongoing relationship building among participants in the global supply chain. The fifth step of the total cost analysis is to document the model and use it. The objective of such an analysis is to allow for the comparison of options at each critical stage of the global supply chain. A well-performing total cost analysis also incorporates real options theory in that the net present value of exercising an option in the chain can be evaluated against other options. And, finally, total costs take into account all product, service, and informational costs for each step of the supply chain in a holistic way, not in an additive way. Process-based quality standards. In this section, we will tackle and highlight two quality systems: Six Sigma and ISO 9000. However, first, it is important to discuss some general issues related to quality as it pertains to operations in the context of global supply chains. Almost every field of business and engineering, and, frankly, almost any field at all, has quality as a staple construct that is considered daily by all working professionals. Obviously, this does not mean that organizations or global supply chains deliver on quality just because they are thinking about it in their daily work lives, but it does mean that quality is one of those issues that we cannot escape and that we should plan for strategically throughout the global supply chain. Thus, a good starting point is to look at a basic framework for quality within an operations context. At the general level, quality should be divided into intangible and tangible quality issues, or, as Lee Krajewski, Larry Ritzman, and Manoj Malhotra suggest, intangible costs of quality and tangible costs of quality. 7. We will assume for now that the reader has an idea of the tangible issues related to quality. More important, we will also assume that these tangible quality issues are measured, assessed, and known for the firm's operations issues. We know that this may not be a fair assumption in all cases, but we are more interested in putting the intangible issues related to quality into focus. Based on Krajewski, Ritzman, and Malhotra's work, we have constructed a basic model in Figure 6.8. The logic of the model is that the intangible plus tangible costs of quality have an additive effect on the firm's sales in the global marketplace. Intangible costs of quality include prevention costs, appraisal costs, internal failure costs, and external failure costs. 8. Prevention costs are investments in processes for preventing defects before they happen. Appraisal costs are investments in procedures for assessing the performance levels of a firm's processes. Internal failure costs are expenses incurred as a result of 139 defects that are discovered during the production process. External failure costs are expenses incurred as a result of defects that are discovered after the customer receives the product. With these basic quality and cost issues in mind, let's move to Six Sigma first and then to ISO 9000 as examples of quality initiatives that have received a lot of positive feedback and have had a significant influence on global supply chains and across many global companies. Six Sigma was developed at Motorola in 1986 by Bill Smith, with the help of Mikkel Harry, then launched by Bob Galvin at Motorola in 1987 under the name the Six Sigma Quality Program. Six Sigma became well known when Jack Welch made it a critically important aspect of his business strategy at General Electric in 1995. Welch implemented the concept and backed it with a strong salary incentive system, with 40% coming from Six Sigma results. The idea of Six Sigma is that if a process, such as a global supply chain, has 6 standard deviations between the process mean and the nearest specification limit, then practically no items will fail to meet specifications. The yield is 99.99966%. The Six Sigma process includes 5 defined steps: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. Putting these steps in the context of global supply chains, we can provide an effective framework for global supply chain quality initiatives. In the first step, the idea is to define the features of the global supply chain's output that are critical to customer satisfaction and identify gaps between these features and the supply chain's capabilities. The second step entails measuring the nature of the gap between the output desired and the global supply chain's capabilities. The third step is to analyze the gaps in the 140 global supply chain and establish procedures to ensure that the desired outcome is routinely achieved. The fourth step highlights the idea that improvement is a key feature of the Six Sigma process. Here, we focus on improving the global supply chain processes by modifying and/or redesigning existing processes and methods to meet the desired performance outcomes. The fifth step in the Six Sigma process is to control and monitor the global supply chain to make sure that the desired levels of performance are achieved. The International Organization for Standardization, ISO, developed ISO 9000 in 1987 as a quality management system. The top 10 nations with companies that have ISO 9001 certification. ISO 9001 includes the requirements for ISO 9000 are China, Italy, Japan, Spain, Russia, Germany, the United Kingdom, India, the United States, and Korea. The overall family of ISO 9000 documentation includes ISO 9001. 2008, which sets out the requirements for a quality management system, ISO 9000. 2005, which covers the basic concepts and language, ISO 9004. 2009, which focuses on how to make a quality management system more efficient and effective, and ISO 19011. 2011, which sets out guidance on internal and external audits of quality management systems. There are 8 principles that are key components of the ISO 9000 system. Customer focus, leadership, involvement of people, a process approach, a system approach to management, continual improvement, a factual approach to decision making, and mutually beneficial supplier relationships. At the basic level, starting with the first principle, customer focus, we know that organizations depend on their customers and therefore should understand current and future customer needs, meet customer requirements, and strive to exceed customer expectations. Second, leaders need to establish a unity of purpose and direction for the organization. They should create and maintain an internal environment in which people can become fully involved in achieving the organization's objectives. Third, people at all levels are the essence of an organization, and their full involvement enables their abilities to be used for the organization's benefit. Fourth, a desired result is achieved more efficiently when activities and related resources are managed as a process. Fifth, identifying, understanding, and managing interrelated processes as a system contributes to the organization's effectiveness and efficiency in achieving its objectives. Sixth, continual improvement of the organization's overall performance should be a permanent objective of the organization. Seventh, effective decisions are based on the analysis of data and information. And eighth, an organization and its suppliers are interdependent, and a mutually beneficial relationship enhances the ability of both to create value. Supply Chain Operations Reference Model. The Supply Chain Council, SCC, Supply Chain Org, is a global non-profit organization whose framework, improvement methodology, and benchmarking tools help member organizations improve their supply chain performance. The SCC developed and maintains a widely accepted framework for evaluating and comparing supply chain activities and their performance, the Supply Chain Operations Reference SCORE model. The SCORE model links performance metrics, processes, best practices, and people into a unified structure. This framework supports communication among supply chain partners and enhances the effectiveness of supply chain management, technology, and related supply chain improvement activities. SCORE focuses on solving 5 critical global supply chain challenges. First, the SCORE model is intended to deliver a high degree of customer service throughout the supply chain, based on the assumption that effective supply chains deliver the right product in the right quantity and in the right condition with the right 141. Documentation to the right place at the right time at the right price. Second, the SCORE model sets out to control costs for the various nodes, activities, and resources in the supply chain. Third, the score model provides for rigorous planning and risk management throughout the supply chain that involves all supply chain partners. Fourth, the score model provides a framework for engaging in supplier and partner relationship management through encouraging trust and commitment. Fifth, the score model offers a mechanism by which talent for the supply chain can be acquired, trained, and developed. Overall, analysis in the score model involves 3 levels. Level 1 refers to processes that describe the scope and configuration of a supply chain. Level 2 refers to processes that differentiate the strategies of the Level 1 processes. Level 3 refers to processes that are used to describe the steps performed to execute Level 2 processes. Most global companies that use SCORE focus a lot of attention on the first level management processes and give them critical attention, perhaps more than they give the issues in Level 2 and Level 3. Plan, source, make, deliver, and return are the 5 process steps that are highlighted in Level 1. See Figure 6.9. Each of these processes is rigorously detailed by the Supply Chain Council. We are not trying to sell or advocate for the SCORE model. Rather, we include it as a good alternative for global supply chain operations. In that context, we will highlight each process and trust that interested parties will contact the SCC for more information. Based on the SCC descriptions, the 5 processes can be defined as follows. The plan processes describe the planning activities associated with operating a supply chain. For example, determining customer requirements, collecting information on resources, and balancing requirements. The source processes describe the scheduling and receipt of products, component parts, and services. The make processes describe the activities associated with the conversion of materials or the creation of the content for services. The deliver processes describe the activities associated with the creation, maintenance, and fulfillment of customer orders. The return processes describe the activities associated with the reverse flow of goods back from the customer. The SCORE model, by design, incorporates a heavy dose of performance measurement. The performance attributes are critically important for better understanding global supply chains, making improvements, and taking any necessary corrective actions before it is too late. Reliability, responsiveness, agility, costs, and assets are all among the performance attributes assessed within the SCORE model. The reliability attribute addresses the ability to perform tasks as expected. For example, on time, in the right quantity, and at the right quality. The responsiveness attribute describes the speed at 142, which tasks are performed. For example, cycle time. The agility attribute describes the ability to respond to external influences and the ability to change. The costs attribute describes the costs of operating the process, labor costs, material costs, and transportation costs. The assets attribute describes the ability to utilize assets efficiently. For example, inventory reduction and insourcing versus outsourcing. 1PL/2PL/3PL/4PL/5PL a third-party logistics provider. 3PL is a firm that provides outsourced logistics services for part or all of its customers' supply chain management functions. C.H. Robinson, Com, founded in 1905, is one of the world's largest, more than $10 billion in 2011, and most well-respected 3PL companies, with 230 offices in North America, Europe, Asia, South America, Australia, and the Middle East, and with more than 53,000 transportation providers worldwide in its network. The firm offers comprehensive reverse logistics services. Overall, for the typical person, 3PLs are clearly the best known and perhaps the only known logistics providers. However, by some definitions, we have 1PL, 2PL, 3PL, 4PL, and 5PL options available. We could have discussed these PL options in the logistics chapter, given the use of the word logistics in the titles. But in reality, the PLs are as much an operations issue as they are a logistics-connected aspect of global supply chains, so we opted to include their definitions and general boundaries in the operations chapter. A first-party logistics provider is a firm that needs to have a product shipped from point A to point B. A second-party logistics provider is an asset-based carrier that owns or rents its transportation. A third-party logistics provider takes care of one or more activities in part or all of the supply chain. A fourth-party logistics provider assembles resources to offer comprehensive supply chain solutions. Finally, a fifth-party logistics provider aggregates demand from other PLs to utilize resources and collaborate well. Guidelines for operations in global supply chains. Operations is one of the four critical functions that should be integrated at the strategic and tactical levels in global supply chains and as part of the firm's corporate strategy. As in the earlier discussions of logistics and purchasing, some operations issues are major items that you can see, and some are intricate details of doing global business that are not readily obvious or understood. Clearly, there are numerous issues related to operations in global supply chains that need to be considered. In assessing global operations, we suggest these guidelines as a starting point. Bullet. The make or buy decision regarding the products and component parts that a firm needs if it is to provide value in the global marketplace should be a starting point, and it should be continually assessed and evaluated. Keep in mind that while both the make and the buy decision are rooted in cost and production capacity, the critically important secondary knowledge items and decision points for the make and the buy decisions are not the same. Each decision, make or buy, needs to be evaluated jointly on the basis of cost and production capacity, but also separately on a number of other measures explored in this chapter. Bullet. Global production and manufacturing have increased dramatically in the last couple of decades. Parent companies with foreign affiliates are mushrooming in the marketplace. But it's not as simple as deciding to go to China, as just one example, and expecting a dime on the dollar cost. You need to evaluate the strategic options for each production choice overseas, including whether you should establish factories that are used for offshoring, sourcing, serving, contributing, outposting, or leading. Bullet. It used to be that global companies and global supply chains had to select one competitive priority to focus on. 143. And become the best at in the marketplace: speed, quality, cost, or flexibility. Those days are over. Customers expect the best, and the best is usually a good combination of speed, quality, cost, and/or flexibility. Obviously, we do not expect a company to be the best in each area at all times, but over time, we expect a global firm to know its customers and to be able to create a mix, much like the so-called marketing mix, of the appropriate speed, quality, cost, and flexibility elements. Bullet. We are strong advocates of a total cost analysis approach to global supply chain operations. Total supply chain costs include all costs across companies in the global supply chain. This means that to run an effective and efficient global supply chain, such costs should not be measured as the sum of the costs of the individual links and entities. Instead, the outcome of a total cost analysis is measured by resulting in the lowest total cost when all operations in the global supply chain are included. Focusing on single individual companies may lead to sub-optimization and even gaming, where one firm tries to shift costs to another firm. Bullet. All global supply chains need structure. Some of the quality structures and processes that we like are Six Sigma, ISO 9000, and the SCORE model. You should assess the merits of one or more of those initiatives for your firm's global supply chains. Industry standards such as these are hard to beat with. In-house and homegrown alternatives. Yes, in-house alternatives may be a better fit, better customized, and better liked in the short term, but they also have a tendency to develop idiosyncrasies that do not reflect the reality of the global marketplace over the long term. This is not to say that in-house and homegrown systems are not effective, but that there is a risk in using those systems, given their ability to be influenced. This page intentionally left blank. Chapter 7 Market Channels in Global Supply Chains. Market channels connect global supply chains with customers. Global market channels strategy. Developing and manufacturing products and services are not enough to satisfy customers and the other major stakeholders of a multinational corporation. We are speaking chiefly here of customers and the other primary stakeholders of modern firms. Shareholders, suppliers, employees, regulators, and the community at large. The products must also be available in adequate quantities, in accessible locations, and at the time the customers want them. This is a true market channel strategy, and if we also have customers in the global marketplace, then we are talking about a global market channel strategy. In essence, market channels close the customer gap in the last mile of global supply chains. This last mile of the global supply chain is important, is unique, and often involves a high degree of variance in terms of what customers want, how they want it, when they want it, and so forth. And, although market channel decisions do not have to be made prior to other global supply chain decisions, they are a powerful influence on the rest of the core functions of the chain: logistics, purchasing, and operations. Market channel decisions are highly visible because of the exposure in the marketplace and their contact with a global supply chain's end customers. Customers who have bad experiences often seek out alternative solutions, and such solutions affect the logistics, purchasing, and operations in the supply chain. At the same time, when the connection with customers, via the market channels and the last mile of the supply chain works well, customers experience increased convenience, customization that is to their liking, higher quality, and /or 144. More enriching exchanges with a multinational corporation. One, these characteristics of market channels mean that channel decisions are critical because they determine the market presence of a product or service and customers' access to the product. Without effective global market channels, even the best ideas, products, and services, the best of anything, will not be successful. A parallel is found in education. For more than half a century, the Supply Chain Management, SCM, program at Michigan State University's Eli Broad College of Business has been top-ranked at the undergraduate, master's, doctoral, and executive training levels. MIT currently holds the top slot at the master's level. One unique aspect of MSU's SCM programs is that they integrate roughly an equal quantity of logistics, purchasing, and operations, and some market channels topics for students who select those as electives. Its breadth, depth, and integration make MSU's program unique in the global marketplace. But what if MSU did not incorporate all these functions into its SCM program? Or what if MSU did not use its best professors to deliver the courses? What if MSU's SCM scholars did not stay on top of the SCM knowledge in the marketplace in order to integrate that knowledge into their SCM courses? Then the supply chain education would not be the best, no matter how great the structure of the program is. The same goes for market channels and products. The best products that are never delivered to the customer are, in essence, products that might as well not exist. There is utility in the global market channels, and that utility is what drives customer value and, ultimately, satisfaction. Market channels create four utilities, and each needs to be taken into account when delivering on the last mile of the global supply chain. Time, place, possession, and form. The time utility is straightforward. Having products and/or services available to customers when they want them. The place utility refers to making products available in locations, such as retail stores or online, where customers wish to buy them. The possession utility is a bit more complex, but broadly, we are talking about customers having access to the product to either use it now or store it for some future use, when needed. The form utility is also complex and important. It refers to global market. Channel members assembling, preparing, and/or refining the product to suit the customer's needs and wants. Global market channels involves the part of global supply chain management that includes all activities related to sales, service, and the development of relationships, preferably long-term relationships, with customers. See Figure 7.1. 2. A critical component of market channels is the last mile of the supply chain. 3. A number of terms can be used within the general context of global market channels. Consequently, the terms market channels, marketing channels, channels of distribution, and distribution channels broadly mean the same thing for the purpose of this book, although there are technical and detailed differences among them. Global channel entities typically include some combination of producer, agent, broker, wholesaler, retailer, and consumer. Market channels include the worldwide management of customer value, creating global processes, international market entry modes, international wholesaling, retailing, and franchising, exporting and importing, going global online, place and the other 3Ps, product, price, and promotion within the marketing mix, and finally, finding and evaluating channel partners. We will introduce a series of globalization diagnostic tools for global market channel partners as a part of this chapter. 145. Strategically, within an MNC's integrated global supply chain, it is predicted that market channels as a function will become 12% more globalized in the next 5 years, 2013 to 2018, and 26% more globalized in the next 10 years, by 2023. Figure 7.2 illustrates these increases. In 2013, market channels scored 60 out of 100 points in terms of being globalized, where 100 is fully globalized and 0 is purely domestic. A score of 60 places market channels in a tie for last with operations, behind purchasing at the top and logistics after that, in terms of the degree of globalness permeating that function of the supply chain. However, the market channel's function is found to be the most important of the 4 functions: logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels, scoring a 96 out of a possible 100 points on the degree of importance in contributing to overall global supply chain management for the multinational corporation, followed by logistics with 94, operations with 92, and purchasing with 89. The market channels are expected to decrease in importance from 96 to 94 over the next 5 years. Figure 7.3 illustrates the changes in market channels in the 2013 to 2018 time period. Customer value creating global processes within global supply chain management. Our primary focus is on global market channels, or market channels management (MCM), when interacting with and providing value to global customers. 146. 147. Tran 146. Tran 187. 2 Tran 80.146T. TNG VIT. Cockshu TC Atrine so NTHO. INTH. 100. However, 2 other processes that work in concert with global market channels are viewed as customer value creating processes, or core business processes. 4 these are called product development management, PDM, and customer relationship management, CRM. MCM, PDM, and CRM are core processes in the last mile of the global supply chain. Customer value creation, which is at the center of a global firm's connection to its customers, both globally and domestically, necessitates the accomplishment of 3 related and reinforcing processes. 5 First, the development of new customer innovations, the development of new solutions, and/or the reinvigoration of existing customer solutions is central to achieving customer satisfaction that is commensurate with customers' expectations. PDM. Second, continually enhancing the acquisition of inputs and their related transformation into outputs through an integration of uniquely positioned outbound/downstream supply chain partners tends to drive a total cost analysis toward value creation. MCM. Third, the creation and leveraging of connections to and relationships with external marketplace actors are central to those actors perceiving that value is being created and customer satisfaction is being achieved. CRM. Figure 7.4. 147. However, two other processes that work in concert with global market channels are viewed as customer value creating processes, or core business processes. For these are called Product Development Management, PDM, and Customer Relationship Management, CRM. MCM, PDM, and CRM are core processes in the last mile of the global supply chain. Customer value creation, which is at the center of a global firm's connection to its customers, both globally and domestically, necessitates the accomplishment of three related and reinforcing processes. 5. First, the development of new customer innovations, the development of new solutions, and/or the reinvigoration of existing customer solutions is central to achieving customer satisfaction that is commensurate with customers' expectations. PDM. Second, continually enhancing the acquisition of inputs and their related transformation into outputs through an integration of uniquely positioned outbound/downstream supply chain partners tends to drive a total cost analysis toward value creation. MCM. Third, the creation and leveraging of connections to and relationships with external marketplace actors are central to those actors perceiving that value is being created and customer satisfaction is being achieved. CRM. Figure 7.4. 148. Illustrates the relative importance vis one another that CRM, PDM, and MCM have in the last mile of the global supply chain. These three macro processes, PDM, MCM, and CRM, include a number of sub-processes that operationally make each of them work in concert with the other two within each macro process and across such processes. In essence, a global firm has the chance to create synergies within each of the PDM, MCM, and CRM processes as well as between the sub-processes within each macro process, PDM, MCM, and CRM. Using the categorization and labeling of Srivastava, Shivani, and Fahey, a number of such sub-processes are possible and likely, and they should be carefully evaluated and addressed in making the customer value creating processes a strategic resource for global companies. The PDM sub-processes include determining new customer needs, designing new product solutions, identifying and managing internal functional and departmental relationships, developing and sustaining linkages with external organizations, and coordinating product design activities to speed business processes. Basically, one role of global supply chains is to bring the product development and innovation activities closer to the end customer to allow for better input, integration, and leveraging of knowledge to develop the best customer solution possible. Based on our data on multinational corporations, we find that in terms of satisfying customers, 28% of the customer value creating effort resides in PDM. A global firm should allocate 28% of its customer value creating effort to product development. Management. Designers of global products and services should try to maximize the size of the common global core while providing for local tailoring around the core. The best global products are usually those that are designed as such from the start rather than being adapted from national products later. Global products reduce the duplication of development efforts and sourcing, production, and inventory costs in global supply chains, and in some cases supply chain processes can actually lower global product development costs and improve time to market. For example, supplier involvement in PDM. The MCM sub-processes. 149. Include selecting and qualifying desired market channel partners, establishing and managing outbound logistics, designing and managing internal logistics, designing workflow in product or solution assembly, running batch manufacturing, acquiring, installing, and maintaining process technology, processing order fulfillment, pricing, billing, rebates, and terms, managing multiple market channels, and managing customer services such as installation and maintenance. Broadly, the role of MCM is to manage the outbound/downstream portion of the global supply chain in concert with a global firm's PDM and CRM efforts. Based on our data on multinational corporations, we find that in terms of satisfying customers, 48% of the customer value creating effort resides in MCM. As in the PDM scenario, a global firm should allocate 48% of its customer value creating efforts to market channels management. Finding the right balance between maximum efficiency, activities specialized for each country, and maximum effectiveness, activities duplicated in each country, is critically important. Satisfied customers in developed and emerging countries want the product at the right time, at the right place, and in the right way. This means redundancy in the global market channel. How much redundancy is needed has to be individually evaluated based on products, industry, and country dynamics. The CRM sub-processes include identifying potential new customers, determining the needs of existing and potential new customers, learning about product usage and application, developing and executing advertising programs, developing and executing service programs, acquiring and leveraging information technology and systems for customer contact, managing customer site visit teams, enhancing customer trust and customer loyalty, and cross-selling and upselling product and service offerings. At a macro level, the role of CRM is to develop, maintain, and possibly enhance the 150 relationship with business-to-business partners and business-to-customer relationships. Based on our data on multinational corporations, we find that in terms of satisfying customers, 24% of the customer value creating effort resides in CRM. Again, a global firm should allocate 24% of its customer value creating efforts to customer relationship management. CRM activities can be standardized globally and achieve great customer satisfaction up to a point. At some inflection point, however, CRM practices have to be customized based upon country differences so that they do not adversely affect customer satisfaction. This inflection point phenomenon is illustrated in Figure 7.5. Global CRM should be implemented by focusing on similarities among customers first and then, and only if needed, satisfying the unique differences through customization. International market entry modes involvement and commitment are two separate yet often related issues in international market entry modes. The following question needs to be posed. How involved is your firm planning to be in the international market, and, at whichever level of involvement your firm selects, what level of commitment to the global marketplace in which it engages will it adopt? Companies can enter international markets and engage in global supply chain activities at several levels of international involvement. The four basic levels are exporting and importing, multinational market channels, regional market channels, and global market channels. At the initial level, which represents the 151 lowest level of international involvement, none, we can start with purely domestic market channels. This is a market channel strategy that focuses on the market in the country of origin. The next level of involvement is exporting and importing. Here, there is no formal international market channel strategy aside from company sales overseas. Multinational market channels are next in company's potential evolution. At this level, the international strategy has been developed and country markets are customized. The next level of involvement is the regional market channel. A strategy is developed for various regions of the world, and each region is targeted globally. Global strategy is the highest involvement for global companies operating worldwide supply chains. It is developed either for the world or for multi-regional areas. As with involvement, we can also discuss several different levels of commitment to a firm's engagement across the global marketplace. This means that, practically speaking, companies enter international markets and engage in global supply chain activities at several levels of international commitment. The four basic levels are exporting and importing, licensing and franchising, international joint ventures, and foreign direct investment. The initial level for commitment is the same as the one we described for involvement. Again, we are simply pointing out that the initial level is domestic market channels, since not all companies should strive to be global companies. This level of commitment means that all market channel strategies are focused on the market in the country of origin. The next level is also the same for commitment as it is for involvement. In exporting and importing, there is no formal international market channel strategy other than company purchases and sales overseas. The third level of the commitment process is different from that for involvement, however. Now we are dealing with commitments related to licensing and franchising. Licensees sell a firm's products, and franchisers market a firm's brand and products under contract. International joint ventures, IJVs, are next in the commitment order. An IJV is a partnership between a domestic and a foreign firm. The highest and most committed level of international presence involves foreign direct investment, FDI. Direct ownership is a situation in which a firm owns foreign subsidiaries or facilities. For these modes of entry, exporting and importing, licensing and franchising, international joint ventures, and foreign direct ownership, as with many other strategic alternatives, there are conditions that favor their use, and they have certain strengths and weaknesses. Table 7.1 summarizes the favorable conditions, strengths, and weaknesses for each of the four entry modes in detail. International wholesaling, retailing, and franchising. Wholesaling, retailing, and franchising are three market channel options that can be used effectively to engage the global marketplace. These also place the global firm in the right situation and allow it to be successful through an arm's length connection to the customer or to be in direct contact with end customers around the globe. To illustrate the wholesaling, retailing, and franchising options, the best way is to use real-world examples to explain what each option can do for a firm. Wholesaling involves transactions in which products are bought for resale, for making other products, or for general business operations. 6. The role of wholesalers is critical in supply chains since they often facilitate the cross-border flow of products within the outbound portion of the chain. A strong advocate for wholesalers, with some 40,000 members, is the National Association of Wholesaler Distributors, www.no.org. 3 examples of wholesalers are Tech Data, Worldwide Brands, and International Wholesale Tile. Tech Data, a U.S. company, has a unique position and business model for a wholesaler. As one of the world's largest wholesale distributors, Tech Data is the conduit 152 through which the power of technology flows to the world. In fiscal year 2011, we sold $24 billion of its products to more than 125,000 technology resellers in over 100 countries. Every day, these resellers depend on us to help them cost-effectively support the technology needs of end users of all sizes, including small and medium-sized businesses, large enterprises, educational institutions, government agencies, and consumers. www.techdata.com. Worldwide Brands, also a U.S. company, is another example of a wholesaler. Since 1999, we have been finding and certifying 100% genuine dropshippers and light bulk wholesalers that are willing to work with small home-based online sellers. We visit the warehouses, meet the manufacturers, and find out who the real dropshippers and small volume wholesalers really are, and then add them to our directory. Our directory represents millions of top-level wholesale products from thousands of 100% certified dropshippers and bulk wholesalers that you can use for your online store or auctions. These are the same suppliers used by big retail stores. www.worldwidebrands.com. International Wholesale Tile, another US 7. A retailer is an organization that purchases products for the purpose of reselling them to. 7. A retailer is an organization that purchases products for the purpose of reselling them to. 153. Ultimate consumers. A strong advocate for retailers, with members in some 45 countries, is the National Retail Federation, www.nrf.com. From Sweden, the home country of the first author of this book, comes H&M as a great illustration of a retailer. H&M's business concept is to offer fashion and quality at the best price. H&M maintains a strong position in more than 40 markets, and ever since opening the first store in 1947, H&M has pursued its quest for constant improvement. By demonstrating flexibility and listening to the customers, H&M is able to adapt quickly to rapidly changing environments and trends. A competitive combination of quality and fashion at the best price allows H&M to offer customers the best value for money in every market. www.hm.com. Another unique retailer is Ahold, from the Netherlands. Ahold is an international retailing group based in the Netherlands, with strong local consumer brands in Europe and the United States. Our foundation is selling great food, and supermarkets are our core business. We also operate other formats and channels so that our customers can shop whenever and wherever is most convenient for them. We provide customers with the best possible value, assortment, and shopping experience. Our vision is to offer all of our stakeholders, our customers, employees, suppliers, shareholders, and the communities we serve better choice, better value, better life, every day. We are committed to acting responsibly in all that we do. www.ahold.com. Like Ahold, Tesco, from the United Kingdom, is also a good illustration. Tesco was founded in 1919 by Jack Cohen from a market stall in London's East End. Over the years, our business has grown and we now operate in 14 countries around the world, employ over 500,000 people and serve tens of millions of customers every week. We have always been committed to providing the best shopping experience. Today, we continue to focus on doing the right thing for our customers, colleagues and the communities we serve. We are dedicated to bringing the best value, choice and service to our millions of customers each week. www.tesco.com. Franchising is the third alternative market channel. It is an arrangement in which a supplier, the franchisor, grants a dealer, the franchisee, the rights to sell its products in exchange for some type of consideration. A strong advocate for franchising, with more than 1,100 franchisor members and more than 12,000 franchisee members worldwide, is the International Franchise Association, www.franchise.org. Uniquely positioned in the global marketplace in 2013, the U.S. firm Subway has become the largest fast food chain in the world. Back in 1965, Fred DeLuca set out to fulfill his dream of becoming a medical doctor. Searching for a way to help pay for his education, a family friend suggested he open a submarine sandwich shop. With a loan of $1,000, the friend Dr. Peter Buck, offered to become Fred's partner, and a business relationship was forged that would change the landscape of the fast food industry. Fred soon learned the basics of running a business, as well as the importance of serving a well-made, high-quality product, providing excellent customer service, keeping operating costs low and finding great locations. These early lessons continue to serve as the foundation for successful Subway-registered restaurants around the world. www.subway.com. Let's go to Canada for another great example, Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons opened its first restaurant in Hamilton, Ontario in 1964. Since then, the focus on top quality, always fresh product, value, exceptional service and community leadership has allowed the chain to grow into the largest quick-service restaurant chain in Canada, specializing in always fresh coffee, baked goods and home-style lunches. Tim Hortons enjoys iconic brand status in Canada and a strong 154 emerging presence in select regional markets in the U.S. www.timhortons.com. Europcar from France is our final example of an international franchisor. Europcar Group SA, together with its subsidiaries, provides car rental services for business and leisure customers. It offers vehicles for short and medium-term corporate and leisure rentals in Europe, Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and the Asia-Pacific. As of April the 24th, 2012, the firm's fleet consisted of approximately 190,000 vehicles. It also engages in franchise operations and fuel sales activities. Europcar Group SA, together with its strategic alliance with Enterprise Holdings, operates a car rental network with approximately 10,000 stations. The firm was founded in 1949 and is headquartered in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines, France. www.europcar.com. Exporting and importing. Earlier, we dealt with involvement and commitment in going international in terms of the global market channels. What we found was that the first international level for both involvement and commitment was the exporting, outbound, and importing, inbound, option. The remaining options for involvement and commitment, although they overlapped in some areas, were a bit different. That places a lot of emphasis on exporting and importing as a mode of operations in global market channels, and we think that this area deserves a bit more coverage. This is, after all, the lowest level of involvement and the lowest level of commitment a firm can use when going international. Selling to foreign markets, exporting, or purchasing raw materials, component parts, or finished goods for operations, importing. The bottom line is that as the global supply chain becomes more complex over time, companies must adapt to this change and incorporate it into their supply chain strategies. This could mean using suppliers from developing nations, importing products from new sources, or exporting products to new markets. Companies that have traditionally operated within national or regional trading groups may feel ill-equipped to extend their global supply chain. This may be as simple as feeling unable to select and manage a foreign supplier or not knowing how to sell products in a new country. But keep in mind that, by some accounts, 90% of the products and services that are needed locally are not produced locally. They are shipped in from somewhere else. Your firm is likely to have to get involved with global supply chains, probably through both exporting and importing, to maintain its competitiveness in the future. The logic for both exporting, outbound international activity, and importing, inbound international activity, is very similar, as illustrated in figures 7.6 and 7.7. Readiness to export and/or import is a large part of the story. Most companies that engage in international 155 trade enlist the help of export/import service providers, but there are many choices. Let's look at the main ones. Freight forwarders, export management companies, export trading companies, export packaging companies, customs brokers, confirming houses, export agents and merchants, piggyback marketing, and economic processing zones. Freight forwarders are mainly in business to orchestrate transportation for companies that are shipping internationally. Their primary task is to combine smaller shipments into a single large shipment to minimize the shipping cost. Freight forwarders also provide other services that are beneficial to the exporting firm, such as documentation, payment, and carrier selection. Export management companies, EMCs, offer services to companies that have not previously exported products. EMCs offer a full menu of services to handle all aspects of exporting, similar to having an internal exporting department within your own firm. For example, EMCs deal with export documents and operate as the firm's agent and distributor. This may include selling the products directly or operating a sales unit to process sales orders. Export trading companies export products for companies that contract with them. They identify and work with companies in foreign countries that will market and sell the products. They provide comprehensive exporting services, including export documentation, logistics, and transportation. Export packaging companies, or export packers for short, 156. Provide services to companies that are unfamiliar with exporting. For example, some countries require packages to meet certain specifications, and the export packaging firm's knowledge of these requirements is invaluable to new exporters in particular. The export packer can also advise companies on appropriate design and materials for the packaging of their items. Export packers can assist companies in minimizing packaging to maximize the number of items to be shipped. Customs brokers can help companies avoid the pitfalls involved in customs regulations. The customs requirements of many countries can be difficult for new or infrequent exporters to understand, and the knowledge and experience of the customs broker can be very important. For example, many countries have certain laws and documentation regulations concerning imported items that are not always obvious to the exporter. Customs brokers can offer a firm a complete package of services that are essential when a firm is exporting to a large number of countries. Confirming houses, sometimes called buying agents, represent foreign companies that want to buy your products. Typically, they try to get the products they want at the lowest prices and are paid a commission by their foreign clients. A good place to find these potential exporting linkages is via government embassies. Export agents, merchants, and remarketers buy products directly from the manufacturer, then package and label the products in accordance with their own wishes and specifications. They then sell the products internationally through their own contacts under their own names and assume all risks. The effort it takes for you to market the product internationally is very small, but you also lose any control over the marketing, promotion, and positioning of your product. Piggyback marketing is an arrangement whereby one firm distributes another firm's products. For example, a firm may have a contract to provide an assortment of products to an overseas client, but it does not have all the products requested. In such cases, another firm can piggyback its products to fill the contract's requirements. Successful piggybacking usually requires complementary products and the same target market of customers. There are now more than 600 export processing zones, EPZs, in the world, and they exist in more than 100 countries. The EPZs include foreign trade zones, FTZs, special economic zones, bonded warehouses, free ports, and customs zones. Many companies use EPZs to receive shipments of products that are then reshipped in smaller lots to customers throughout the surrounding areas. Founded in 1978 by the United Nations, the World Economic Processing Zones Association, WEPZA.org, is a private non-profit organization dedicated to the improvement of the efficiency of all EPZs. With all of these choices for exporting and importing assistance, the issues of financial resources, taking risks, and getting paid are money-related and thus are critically important for exporting and importing. So, let's look at 3 examples of export-import banks. Those in the United States, China, and India. Keep in mind that many countries also have export credit agencies that operate in a similar way. The Export-Import Bank of the United States, Gov, was established in 1934. It is the official export credit agency of the U.S. federal government, with the purpose of financing and insuring foreign purchases of American goods for customers who are unable or unwilling to accept credit risk. Broadly, the bank's mission is to create and sustain U.S. jobs by financing sales of U.S. exports to international buyers. The Export-Import Bank of China, Eximbank, Gov.cn, was established in 1994. Its objective is to facilitate the export and import of Chinese mechanical and electronic products, including complete sets of equipment and new and high-tech products. Assist Chinese companies by providing 157 comparative advantages in their offshore contract projects and outbound investment, and promote Sino-foreign relationships and international economic and trade cooperation. The Export-Import Bank of India, Eximbank India, Com was established in 1982 with the objective of providing financial assistance to exporters and importers and functioning as the principal financial institution for coordinating the work of institutions engaged in financing the export and import of goods and services with a view to promoting India's international trade. Going global online are ridiculous. Saying goes something like this. You have a website, therefore you have a global business. The real story is that you do not have a true global business online until you attend to it as such. As professors, trainers, and authors, we have websites highlighting who we are, along with other useful, and perhaps not so useful, data and information about us that we and/or Michigan State University want to showcase. This does not make us a global business. Michigan State University is such a business, as it has operations in some 180 countries. However, we as individuals with websites are not. It takes a dedicated effort, a considered approach, and a strategic outlook on how best to engage and interact with customers to get the kind of sales a firm would be looking for in the marketplace. In that vein, we can talk about three types of websites that have some implications, input, and potential for sales outcomes, either online or from the firm's brick-and-mortar stores. Transactional sites, information delivery sites, and e-marketplaces. 9. A transactional site can be an electronic storefront for a retailer or a way for a manufacturer to sell directly to the customer. On these sites, customers are able to search for, order, pay for, and get after-sales service for products. An information delivery site typically generates sales by promoting the firm's brands, letting customers know that the firm exists, and providing general information about the firm. Basically, it functions as an online brochure that is intended to create sales through the customer contacting the firm. E-marketplaces are market makers in that they bring buyers and sellers together to facilitate transactions. For example, eBay, Amazon, and Taobao. Building on a basic guide to exporting, 10 the 5 steps to going global online that are given there can serve as a great starting point for small and medium-sized enterprises. Smith. Selecting a domain name, registering with search engines, selecting a web host, localizing and internationalizing website content, and promoting the website. First, like any domain name, your URL for the global marketplace should be short, simple, descriptive, and memorable to customers in the intended global market. Locally branded domain names typically increase brand awareness, increase website recall, and influence sales and loyalty. Next, registering your website with all major search engines so that international customers can find information about your product is critically important. It is especially important that you register with search engines that are used by customers in the international market you are targeting. Third, when selecting a web host, ensure that the hosting firm's servers reside in a stable infrastructure and that it is on the backbone of a web network that is maintained for optimal access reliability throughout all your potential markets. Fourth, consider localizing and internationalizing your web interface for your targeted customers. There is no need to change your main website, but consider adding site pages for the targeted audience. Language, cultural nuances, payment preferences, pricing in local currency, and metric measurements are issues to consider. Fifth, you will often be able to find locally oriented web networks, such as trade publications that target customers in the markets you are considering. All your materials, products, packaging, and online brochures should have your URL on them. Make sure your website has an opt-in. 158. Mechanism so that customers can choose to interact with your site, your firm, and your products. Let's say your firm uses one of the three types of websites, preferably a transactional site, since we want to sell products and look at China as a viable market to sell into during the next several years. We all know China's market as a source for low-cost production, but what about China as a market to sell to? At the outset, we know that, for example, U.S. exports to China have gone up more. than 500% in the last decade, from some $16 billion to some $104 billion. An amazing number, especially when you compare it to the 116% increase in exports, on average, from the United States to all other countries. China is the United States' third largest export market, behind only Canada and Mexico. Crops, computers and electronics, chemicals, transportation equipment, and waste and scrap are the top 5 categories of exports to China, each with more than $11 billion in exports annually. At the same time, the Chinese inbound market is still ripe for expansion. While the Chinese economy grew by a little more than 10% annually during the 2000 to 2010 decade, it is predicted to grow by roughly 8% annually during the 2010 to 2020 decade. This means that the Chinese economy could potentially double between 2010 and 2020, solidifying its global position as the second largest economy in the world, after the United States. This gets even more interesting in terms of the expected increase in the discretionary income of Chinese consumers. While only 6% of the Chinese population were middle-class consumers, by the standards of developed nations, in 2010, the expectation is that 51% of the Chinese population will be middle-class by 2020. This takes us from some 17 million in 2010 to about 200 million Chinese households being middle class in 2020. That opens up sales opportunities because of the expected increase in incomes, if the trends truly turn out as projected. Let's go back to discretionary income, which is really the most important issue. Advanced cities will see households move from about 5% middle class in 2010 to more than 70% in 2020. Developing cities see great projections as well, from 1% middle class in 2010 to some 70% in 2020. This trend is also projected for emerging cities. They are at virtually 0% middle-class households in 2010 and are expected to have some 40% of households that are middle-class in 2020. Even the lagging cities will see an increase in the middle class, from 0 in 2010, like the emerging cities, to more than 20% by 2020. In each case, we will see a dramatic rise in discretionary income and the potential for spending on various products sold online. China is expected to have about 700 million people online by 2015. The unique aspect of Chinese customers' online behavior is that only 20% of online shoppers in China go to official brand or manufacturers' websites, compared with about half of online shoppers in Japan, the United States, and Europe. Chinese consumers do not rely much on search engines to find products. They are prolific reviewers and readers of online reviews. Their trust in online information sources such as blogs, review sites, and social networking sites is far higher than their trust in offline sources such as TV ads or printed materials. However, social networking in China is very fragmented because of government policies. Also, there is a power in the Chinese online system that you will have to deal with. Taobao. Commerce virtually defined e-commerce in China. In 2010, it sold more than China's top 5 brick-and-mortar retailers combined. The site offers more than 800 million items and accounts for about 80% of China's online transaction value. Place and the other 3Ps for a long time, marketing has been centered on the tactical, or 159 activities-based issues related to the 4Ps. Product, place, price, and promotion. Places where we find the concept of market channels, and for practical purposes, it is equivalent to market channels. We have referred to it as such throughout this book. But what marketing has to offer in the marketing mix is highly relevant for the connections among the 4Ps and the effectiveness with which market channels can be developed and implemented globally. For example, channel members ensure the flow of products from producers to customers via intermediaries. Place. They participate in selecting the product assortments that match the needs of customers. Product. They participate in the establishment of pricing policies and terms of sale for customers. Price. They also coordinate advertising, personal selling, sales promotion, publicity, and packaging, promotion. This means that there are critical questions that need to be addressed, assessed, evaluated, and acted upon with respect to the 4Ps. We use the work by Tomas Hult, William Pride, and O.C. Farrell to provide a battery of questions that are useful for implementing each of the 4Ps. 11. Place. Many questions arise concerning place, such as what is the role of the channel intermediaries internationally, and where is value created beyond the domestic borders of the firm. These involve discussion of generic strategy issues for market channels. Is the movement of products from the home country to the foreign market or to a regional warehouse done in the most efficient way a physical distributions issue? What is the availability of different types of retail stores in the various country markets? That is a retail store issue. Where do customers typically shop in the targeted countries? Downtown, in suburbs, or in malls? This question highlights a retailing strategy issue. Product questions about the product emerge, such as whether there is a commonality in the customer's needs across countries and what the product will be used for and in what context. How is awareness of the product created in the various country markets, and how and where is the product typically bought? These are product adoption issues. How are truly new products managed in the country markets vis-a-vis existing products or modified products? This constitutes a product management issue. Is the brand accepted widely around the world, and does its home country help or hurt the consumer's perception of the brand? That is a critical branding issue. Promotion questions arise here, too, such as whether some countries' customers prefer firm-specific advertising instead of product-specific advertising. Along this line is, how does this preference affect advertising? These are considered general advertising issues. How is public relations used to manage the stakeholders' interests internationally, and are the stakeholders' interests different worldwide? This involves public relations issues. What product types require personal selling internationally, and does international selling differ from the way those products are sold domestically? This question pertains to personal selling. Is coupon usage widespread in the targeted international markets, and what other forms of sales promotion should be used? Such a question is connected to sales promotion issues. Price. Is price a critical component of the value equation for the product in the targeted country markets? That is a core pricing issue. Is the demand curve similar internationally to what it is domestically, and will a change in price drastically change demand? This has linkages to an analysis of demand. What are the fixed and variable costs when marketing the product internationally, and are they similar to the domestic ones in terms of the relationships among demand, cost, and profit for the global firm? Finally, how do the pricing strategy, environmental forces, business practices, and 160 cultural values affect price as related to the determination of pricing that would work best globally? Globalization Diagnostic Tools and Market Potential Index, MPI. In Chapter 3, we introduced and discussed the main menu features of the Globalization website, Globalization. MSU. Edu, a product of the International Business Center in the Eli Broad College of Business at Michigan State University. To refresh your memory, Globalization has been the top-ranked website in the world for international business resources on Google since 2004. Business people, public policy makers, academics, and college students have been using Globalization in some form since 1994, when it first started as international business resources on the World Wide Web. The vast majority of the site has always been free. The only, small, fee-based portion of the site is the Diagnostic Tools section. It covers a wide variety of types of partnerships. Joint ventures. It covers a wide variety of types of partnerships. Joint ventures. 161. Tran 161. Tran 187. 1 Tran 80.1. Cultural values affect prices related to the determination of pricing that would work best globally. Globalization Diagnostic Tools and Market Potential Index, MPI. In Chapter 3, we introduced an cultural values affect prices related to the determination of pricing that would work best globally. Globalization Diagnostic Tools and Market Potential Index, MPI. In Chapter 3, we introduced and discussed the main menu features of the Globalization website. Globalization. MSU. Edu, a product of the International Business Center in the Eli Broad College of Business at Michigan State University. To refresh your memory, Globalization has been the top-ranked website in the world for international business resources on Google since 2004. Business people, public policy makers, academics, and college students have been using Globalization in some form since 1994, when it first started as international business resources on the World Wide Web. The vast majority of the site has always been free. The only, small, fee-based portion of the site is the Diagnostic Tools section. It covers a wide variety of types of partnerships. Joint ventures. It covers a wide variety of types of partnerships. Joint ventures. Activities-based, issues related to the 4Ps. Product, place, price, and promotion. Places where we find the concept of market channels, and for practical purposes, it is equivalent to market channels. We have referred to it as such throughout this book. But what marketing has to offer in the marketing mix is highly relevant for the connections among the 4Ps and the effectiveness with which market channels can be developed and implemented globally. For example, channel members ensure the flow of products from producers to customers via intermediaries. Place. They participate in selecting the product assortments that match the needs of customers. Product. They participate in the establishment of pricing policies and terms of sale for customers. Price. They also coordinate advertising, personal selling, sales promotion, publicity, and packaging. Promotion. This means that there are critical questions that need to be addressed, assessed, evaluated, and acted upon with respect to the 4Ps. We use the work by Tomas Hult, William Pride, and O.C. Farrell to provide a battery of questions that are useful for implementing each of the 4Ps. 11. Place. Many questions arise concerning place, such as what is the role of the channel intermediaries internationally, and where is value created beyond the domestic borders of the firm. These involve discussion of generic strategy issues for market channels. Is the movement of products from the home country to the foreign market or to a regional warehouse done in the most efficient way a physical distributions issue? What is the availability of different types of retail stores in the various country markets? That is a retail store issue. Where do customers typically shop in the targeted countries? Downtown, in suburbs, or in malls? This question highlights a retailing strategy issue. Product questions about the product emerge, such as whether there is a commonality in the customer's needs across countries and what the product will be used for and in what context. How is awareness of the product created in the various country markets, and how and where is the product typically bought? These are product adoption issues. How are truly new products managed in the country markets vis existing products or modified products? This constitutes a product management issue. Is the brand accepted widely around the world, and does its home country help or hurt the consumer's perception of the brand? That is a critical branding issue. Promotion questions arise here, too, such as whether some countries' customers prefer firm-specific advertising instead of product-specific advertising. Along this line is, how does this preference affect advertising? These are considered general advertising issues. How is public relations used to manage the stakeholders' interests internationally, and are the stakeholders' interests different worldwide? This involves public relations issues. What product types require personal selling internationally, and does international selling differ from the way those products are sold domestically? This question pertains to personal selling. Is coupon usage widespread in the targeted international markets, and what other forms of sales promotion should be used? Such a question is connected to sales promotion issues. Price is a critical component of the value equation for the product in the targeted country markets? That is a core pricing issue. Is the demand curve similar internationally to what it is domestically, and will a change in price drastically change demand? This has linkages to an analysis of demand. What are the fixed and variable costs when marketing the product internationally, and are they similar to the domestic ones in terms of the relationships among demand, cost, and profit for the global firm? Finally, how do the pricing strategy, environmental forces, business practices, and 160 cultural values affect prices related to the determination of pricing that would work best globally? Globalization Diagnostic Tools and Market Potential Index, MPI. In Chapter 3, we introduced and discussed the main menu features of the Globalization website. Globalization. MSU. Edu, a product of the International Business Center in the Eli Broad College of Business at Michigan State University. To refresh your memory, Globalization has been the top-ranked website in the world for international business resources on Google since 2004. Business people, public policy makers, academics, and college students have been using Globalization in some form since 1994, when it first started as international business resources on the World Wide Web. The vast majority of the site has always been free. The only, small, fee-based portion of the site is the Diagnostic Tools section. It covers a wide variety of types of partnerships. Joint ventures. It covers a wide variety of types of partnerships. Joint ventures. 161. Tran 161. Tren 187. 180.146T. TNG VIT. Cockshoe TC Atrine So NTHO. INTH. 100%. BNG BRNG Trine IT. Con CPPHNHIHO Microsoft. Bean THNG. Global Supply Chain. Bean THNG. Licensees, franchisees, contract manufacturers, and R&D partnerships. It is based on a multi-dimensional set of criteria that includes trust and relationship factors as well as operational criteria and contains individually identified strengths and weaknesses of each partner. Distributor, foreign distributor selection, helps exporting firms evaluate and compare foreign distributor or agent candidates, given the type of product being sold and the market characteristics, and indicates areas that may require ongoing training and management throughout the life of the relationship. Freight forwarder selection, assists companies in selecting the most appropriate international freight forwarder for their type and volume of business based on 6 sets of criteria. It evaluates each candidate, highlights the candidate's strengths and weaknesses, and compares the various candidates. Another unique feature of Globalization is the Market Potential Index, MPI. Global marketing is becoming increasingly important, given that globalization of multinational corporation subsidiaries is rampant and that trade across borders has far exceeded increases in home country production and the size of the home country economy. However, when a firm is planning to enter the global marketplace, having too many choices is a potential barrier to market entry. In that spirit, the focus of the MPI is on ranking the market potential. cultural values affect prices related to the determination of pricing that would work best globally. Globalization Diagnostic Tools and Market Potential Index, MPI. In Chapter 3, we introduced and discussed the main menu features of the Globalization website. Globalization. MSU. Edu, a product of the International Business Center in the Eli Broad College of Business at Michigan State University. To refresh your memory, Globalization has been the top-ranked website in the world for international business resources on Google since 2004. Business people, public policy makers, academics, and college students have been using Globalization in some form since 1994, when it first started as international business resources on the World Wide Web. The vast majority of the site has always been free. The only, small, fee-based portion of the site is the Diagnostic Tools section. It covers a wide variety of types of partnerships. Joint ventures. It covers a wide variety of types of partnerships. Joint ventures. 161. Licensees, franchisees, contract manufacturers, and R&D partnerships. It is based on a multi-dimensional set of criteria that includes trust and relationship factors as well as operational criteria and contains individually identified strengths and weaknesses of each partner. Distributor, foreign distributor selection, helps exporting firms evaluate and compare foreign distributor or agent candidates, given the type of product being sold and the market characteristics, and indicates areas that may require ongoing training and management throughout the life of the relationship. Freight forwarder selection, assists companies in selecting the most appropriate international freight forwarder for their type and volume of business based on 6 sets of criteria. It evaluates each candidate, highlights the candidate's strengths and weaknesses, and compares the various candidates. Another unique feature of Globalization is the Market Potential Index, MPI. Global marketing is becoming increasingly important, given that globalization of multinational corporation subsidiaries is rampant and that trade across borders has far exceeded increases in home country production and the size of the home country economy. However, when a firm is planning to enter the global marketplace, having too many choices is a potential barrier to market entry. In that spirit, the focus of the MPI is on ranking the market potential of emerging economies. This indexing study is conducted annually by the International Business Center to help global companies and aspiring global companies compare emerging markets on 8 dimensions, using a scale of 1 to 100. Each dimension is measured using a number of variables that are weighted to determine their relative contribution to the overall market potential index. A recent MPI ranking is included in Table 7.2 for illustration purposes. Guidelines for market channels in global supply chains. Market channels is one of the 4 critical functions that should be integrated at the strategic and tactical levels in global supply chains and as part of the global firm's corporate strategy. As in the earlier discussion of the other 3 functions, logistics, purchasing, and operations, some market channels issues are major items that you can see, and some are intricate details of doing global business that are not readily obvious or understood. Clearly, there are numerous issues to consider that relate to market channels in global supply chains. In assessing global market channels, we suggest these guidelines as a starting point. Bullet. Analyze, evaluate, develop, and implement strategic initiatives commensurate with the relative importance of each customer value creating process as a part of the firm's global market channels effort in global supply chains. A starting point is to allocate effort based on the data we presented in this chapter. That is, allocate 24% of the effort to customer relationship management, 28% to product development management, and 48% to market channels management. Bullet. Involvement in international markets is not the same as commitment to international markets. Some overlap of involvement and commitment exists at the exporting and importing levels, but the higher levels of each are different and should be strategically evaluated as such. As we outlined, take into account favorable conditions, strengths, and weaknesses in making the level of commitment decision that fits your firm the best. 162. Bullet A firm's readiness to export does not automatically imply its readiness to import, and vice versa. Review our material on exporting and importing and figure out the landscape of your firm's operations. More important, we discussed 9 different options for assistance in dealing with exporting and importing. Assuming that your firm does not have an international division or a dedicated team to tackle all exporting and/or importing related issues, contracting with service operations that can help is a great way to leverage knowledge across your firm and the service provider. Bullet Globalization has a set of market channels tools that can be particularly helpful in determining whether your firm is ready to export a product. 163. Core, finding the right international partner, selecting the best freight forwarder, and selecting the most appropriate international distributor. These tools are made available for a minimal fee. Check them out. Chapter 8, Managing Global Supply Chains. Coordination creates value for stakeholders in global supply chains. Value of managing the location of global activities. If you are interested only in tactically managing global supply chains, then you are not the main audience for this book. Global supply chain management is inherently both strategic and tactical, operational. While we find that the global strategy efforts of multinational corporations explain 70% of a firm's performance in the global marketplace, we also find that global supply chain efforts account for roughly 21% of that effort today and are predicted to account for 25% in 5 years. That is, global supply chains are becoming more important and more global. This is in the realm of strategy development, and strategy should include global supply chain management. The impact of global strategy on performance has stayed consistent over the last decade and is forecast to stay the same over the next 5 years. We can estimate that it will stay about the same for the next 10 years, but the data support at least the next 5 years. What is interesting and important is that the emphasis on the location of global activities, mainly via the focus on global supply chains, has increased significantly. Multinational corporations emphasized locating global activities 4 percentage points more in 2013 than in 2005, a change from a 17% emphasis in 2005 to a 21% in 2013, with a prediction for even greater emphasis on the global supply chain in the next 5 years. In 2005, the scores for the 5 global strategy levers for the world's multinational corporations were global market participation, 22%, products and services, 20%, locating global activities, 17%, global marketing, 22%, and making global competitive moves, 19%. In 2013, the scores for the 5 global strategy levers for the world's MNCs were global market participation, 20%, products and services, 20%, locating global activities, 21%, global marketing, 20%, and making global competitive moves, 19%. These results show a more balanced approach to global strategy development in 2013. They also indicate that locating global activities and global supply chain strategy and activities play a core role within the location efforts, is the strategy area that is receiving the most clear-cut added focus. Our prediction, based on data, is that this global supply chain focus will increase even more in the next decade. Locating global activities could be averaging a score of 26 in 2023 for the leading MNCs in the world. To better understand individual companies' emphasis on certain global strategy levers, as identified by George Ip and Tomas Hult, we gathered independent data and analyzed the relative efforts of 16 multinational corporations. AB InBev, American Express, ArcelorMittal, Cemex, Daimler, Dell, FedEx, Microsoft, Nestle, Nokia, OMV Group, Siemens, Scandia, Swatch, and Unilever. Our analysis of these companies addresses the core emphasis that each places on the 5 global strategy levers, that is, market participation, products and services, locating activities, marketing, and competitive moves. However, we naturally focus more intense scrutiny on the global strategy lever called locating global activities, since it inherently focuses primarily on the global supply chain efforts of these companies. Some basic information about the 16 firms is given in Table 8.1 for ease of readability. The first portion of the table provides descriptive information about the firms. The right side columns provide the scores on the global strategy levers. From 164. These data, we can see that different firms emphasize different strategy levers for their success. For instance, AB emphasizes global marketing first, 24%, and the supply chain-focused lever of locating global activities second, 22%. On the other hand, American Express most emphasizes global marketing participation, 23%, followed by products and services, 23%. 165. Tran 165, Tren 187. 1 Tren 80.146T. TNG VIT. Kokshu TC Atrine So NTHO. INTH. 100%. BNG. Other comparisons can be made by careful examination of the data. Looking more specifically at the locating global activities lever, Figure 8.1 lists the 16 firms based on their relative efforts on the locating global activities lever. The importance of locating global activities and developing global supply chains cannot be understated. The range of possibilities, sustainable efforts, and methods for addressing the needs of the global marketplace is wide. For example, despite some negative media coverage in various areas, Walmart is another fascinating driver of global supply chain development, efficiency, and even infrastructure development. An argument can even be made that Walmart has helped increase the purchasing power of the bottom of the pyramid customers, who are often viewed as the world's poorest people. Walmart has achieved a competitive edge by being better than other firms at coordinating the raw material to end customer global supply chain to maximize efficiencies in total costs, that is, to provide greater total value than many other firms. And it is particularly good at orchestrating global supply chains that produce low-cost versions of products that are wanted and needed by customers at the bottom of the pyramid. Importance of coordination in global supply chains. Let's go back to the example we used in Chapter 1 about turning an aircraft. Again, consider how to turn an aircraft and think. Other comparisons can be made by careful examination of the data. Looking more specifically at the locating global activities lever, Figure 8.1 lists the 16 firms based on their relative efforts on the locating global activities lever. The importance of locating global activities and developing global supply chains cannot be understated. The range of possibilities, sustainable efforts, and methods for addressing the needs of the global marketplace is wide. For example, despite some negative media coverage in various areas, Walmart is another fascinating driver of global supply chain development, efficiency, and even infrastructure development. An argument can even be made that Walmart has helped increase the purchasing power of the bottom of the pyramid customers, who are often viewed as the world's poorest people. Walmart has achieved a competitive edge by being 166. Better than other firms at coordinating the raw material to end customer global supply chain to maximize efficiencies in total costs, that is, to provide greater total value than many other firms. And it is particularly good at orchestrating global supply chains that produce low-cost versions of products that are wanted and needed by customers at the bottom of the pyramid. Importance of coordination in global supply chains. Let's go back to the example we used in Chapter 1 about turning an aircraft. Again, consider how to turn an aircraft and think in terms of coordination and leverage points. That is, aircraft are typically steered using an integrated system of ailerons on the wings and the rudder at the tail of the aircraft. In comparison to the aircraft, the ailerons and the rudder seem very small. However, leverage allows the coordinated effort of the ailerons and the rudder to turn the aircraft. In other words, putting the right combination of a little leverage on the right places through a coordinated effort leads to incredible maneuvering ability for the plane. Global supply chains are the same. Integration and coordination are critically important. When we presented the general framework of what we include in global supply chain management in Chapter 1, in the section Integration of Global Supply Chain Functions, we focused heavily on logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. Figure 1. 6 also included keywords such as strategic and operational, industry globalization drivers, worldwide infrastructure, and managing coordination and integration. We have tackled strategic and operational issues throughout this book and specifically covered the other two topics in Chapter 2, industry globalization drivers, and Chapter 3, worldwide infrastructure. What remains to be addressed further is the coordination aspect of running effective, strategic global supply chains. In some way, coordination needs to take place at every cross-section of the basic model we introduced in Chapter 1, in the section Global Location of Value-Added Activities, as illustrated in Figure 8.2. Our data collectively indicate that the coordination of global supply chain efforts is as important for operating a strategically effective and efficient chain as any of the functions in it: logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. We find that the importance of coordination for global supply chain management receives a score of 88 out of 100 in 2013 and is predicted to move to 93 on the 100-point scale by 2018. Likewise, the globalization efforts of coordination, how much coordination is done across the company's global markets, which is at 60 on the 100-point scale, with 100 being fully globalized, in 2013, is predicted to go to 69 by 2018. As such, compared with the supply chain functions, coordination is expected to rival market channels for the most improvement in globalization while gaining in importance so that it is on the par with the supply chain functions by 2018. What are you doing about coordinating your efforts across the global markets you are in and across the 167 critical supply chain functions of logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels? Coordination mechanisms in global supply chains. Global supply chain coordination across the functions and activities of logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels refers to shared decision-making opportunities, operational integration and collaboration, and common information systems pertaining to key global supply chains. See Figure 8.3. Shared decision-making, such as joint consideration of replenishment, inventory holding costs, collaborative planning, costs of different processes, frequency of orders, batch size, and product development, creates a more integrated, coherent, efficient, and effective global supply chain. Shared decision-making is not joint decision-making. It is decision-making involving joint considerations. Shared decision-making helps in resolving potential conflicts among supply chain members and fosters a culture of coordination and integration. 168. To achieve operational integration and collaboration within a global supply chain, 6 operational objectives should be addressed: responsiveness, variance reduction, inventory reduction, shipment consolidation, quality, and life cycle support. 4. Responsiveness refers to a global firm's ability to satisfy customers' requirements across global supply chain functions in a timely manner. Variance reduction refers to integrating a control system across global supply chain functions to eliminate global supply chain disruptions. Inventory reduction refers to integrating an inventory system controlling asset commitment and turn velocity across global supply chain functions. Shipment consolidation refers to using various programs to combine small shipments and provide timely, consolidated movement. This includes multi-unit coordination across global supply chain functions. Quality refers to integrating a system so that it achieves zero defects throughout global supply chains. Finally, life cycle support refers to integrating the activities of reverse logistics, recycling, aftermarket service, product recall, and product disposal across global supply chain functions. To achieve operational integration and collaboration within a global supply chain, an information system should address four areas: transaction systems, management control, decision analysis, and strategic planning. 5. Transaction systems use formalized rules and procedures, the processing of large volumes of transactions, and an operational day-to-day focus to help coordinate activities in global supply chains. Management control helps coordinate the supply chain's activities by measuring and reporting on performance. Decision analysis helps to coordinate the activities in global supply chains by focusing on tools that assist in identifying, evaluating, and comparing strategic and operational alternatives. Strategic planning helps coordinate the activities through organization and synthesis of data and information to assist in evaluating global supply chain strategies. There are a variety of supply chain information system options. Electronic data interchange, ED, refers to the electronic interchange of data between two or more companies. Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP, is a wide-ranging business planning and control system that includes supply chain-related subsystems, for example, materials. 169. Requirements Planning, or MRP. Collaborative Planning, Forecasting, and Replenishment, CPFR, was developed to fill the inter-organizational connections that ERP cannot fill. Vendor Management of Inventory, VMI, allows for a holistic overview of the supply chain with a single point of control for all inventory management. A warehouse management system, WMS, often operates in concert with ERP systems. For example, an ERP system defines material requirements, and these are transmitted to a distribution center for a WMS. Interorganizational relationships in global supply chains. Interorganizational relationships have been studied and talked about in various contexts for decades. The two keys are trust and commitment. If we always had 100% trust within relationships and 100% commitment to them, most global supply chains would ultimately be incredibly efficient and effective. But we don't. So, let's take a look at the building blocks of global interorganizational relationships that are inherent in global supply chains. Developing global supply chain relationships is much like pouring a drink. Blending three different liquids into one smooth and silky sensation. All three parts have to be coordinated, integrated, and blended well if the end result is to be right. The parts are actor bonds, activity links, and resource ties. 6. The actors in the global supply chain are organizations, nodes in the chain, individuals, and other intermediaries. Each of these actors performs certain supply chain activities and has certain specialized knowledge that adds to the value created in the global supply chain. These actors also control certain resources, some alone and others jointly with supply chain partners. Activities link resources to one another, and they are also used to change or exchange resources through the use of other resources. In a way, global supply chains can be thought of as a complex web of relationships rooted in actor bonds, activity links, and resource ties. These interorganizational relationships have certain dynamics that companies should be aware of, including issues related to functional interdependencies, the power structure, the knowledge structure, and intertemporal dependence. 7. Global supply chain actors, activities, and resources together form a system in which heterogeneous demands are satisfied by heterogeneous resources. They are functionally related to one another across actors and supply chain functions, that is, logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. Based on the control of activities and resources in global supply chains, there are important power relationships among actors. The performance of the activities in global supply chains is to some extent organized based upon those power relationships. The design of the activities and the use of the resources are bound together by the knowledge and experience of present and earlier actors in the global supply chain. The knowledge of those actors, based on the cultural fabric embedded in the global supply chain, is related. The global supply chain is a product of its history in the form of organizational memories, investments in global relationships, knowledge, and routines. Changes in the global supply chain fabric must typically be accepted by at least a large part of the actors in the chain if they are to be workable. If the blending of actors, activities, and resources is done well and fits within the dynamics of the forces and fabric of the global supply chain, not only is the end result likely to be a smooth, silky mixture, but it is also likely to have the synergy of extra garnish on the side, as captured in Figure 8.4. Effective and efficient global supply chains can give companies amazing strategic and operational leverage. Value propositions in global supply chain relationships by looking at the building blocks for global supply chains within the functional interdependencies, power structure, knowledge structure, and intertemporal dependencies. We would also assume that not all 170 relationships in global supply chains are equally valuable, and that they should not be treated as if they were. To help you think strategically, we developed two illustrations centered on upstream/inbound and downstream/outbound supply chain activities. Figure 8.5 focuses on the upstream, sometimes called inbound, supply chain relationships, and Figure 8.6 focuses on the downstream, sometimes called outbound, supply chain relationships. For the upstream/inbound portion of the global supply chain, we labeled the three logical scenarios of interacting entities as vendors, 171, suppliers, and partners. Each scenario is based on the degree of coordination, integration, and transactional versus relationship emphasis that the firm should adopt in partnering with other entities in the global supply chain. For instance, a firm uses vendors to obtain raw materials and component parts through a transactional relationship that can change easily. A given firm may use suppliers to obtain raw materials and parts and maintain a relationship with those suppliers based on experience and performance. Another firm may engage with partners to obtain raw materials and parts, maintaining a relationship based on trust and commitment. For the downstream/outbound portion of the global supply chain, we labeled the three logical scenarios of interacting entities as buyers, customers, and clients. As with the upstream/inbound examples, each downstream/outbound scenario is based on the degree of coordination, integration, and transactional versus relationship focus that the firm should adopt in partnering with other entities in the global supply chain. One firm may sell products and parts to buyers through a transactional relationship that can change easily. 172. Another firm may sell products and parts to customers and maintain a relationship that's based on experience and performance. Yet another firm may sell products and parts to clients and maintain a relationship that's based on trust and commitment. Having reviewed the three scenarios for the upstream/inbound and downstream/outbound portions of the global supply chain, let's look at the emphasis a multinational corporation should place on the relationships with each entity. The benefits to be expected, favorable points of distinction, and resonating focus in the relationship. At first, however, some basics on value are appropriate. Value between nodes and actors in global supply chains is a function of the cost, money and non-money resources, given up in return for the quality, products, services, information, trust, and commitment received. Basically, greater value is achieved if the quality is greater while the cost remains the same or is reduced, or when the cost is reduced and the quality remains constant. Based on our research and strategic thinking, a multinational corporation should allocate 20% of its efforts to the vendor category, 30% to the supplier category, and 50% to the partner category in the upstream/inbound portion of the global supply chain. Likewise, a multinational corporation should allocate 20% of its efforts to the buyer category, 30% to the customer category, and 50% to the client category in the downstream/outbound portion of the chain. In the vendor, upstream, and buyer, downstream, portions of the supply chain, the benefits that can be expected include those typical of a transactional exchange. Costs equal to quality for the goods bought, but not necessarily the best goods in the marketplace. In the supplier, upstream, and customer, downstream, stages, the expectation is that the firm will receive all the favorable points that the raw materials, component parts, and/or products have relative to the next best alternative in the global marketplace. This takes into account the ideas that the costs are equal to quality for the goods bought and that the goods are among the best goods in the marketplace. Finally, in the partner, upstream, and client, downstream, portions of the supply chain, the benefits that the firm can expect to receive include the 1 or 2 points of difference for the raw materials, component parts, and/or products whose improvements will deliver the greatest value to the customer for the foreseeable future, quality greater than cost. Stakeholders and global supply chain sustainability. Up to this point, we have dealt with a variety of supply chain players in both the upstream/inbound and downstream/outbound portions of the global supply chain, dealt with the core functions of the chain, logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels, and stressed the importance of coordination and integration of these core functions. What we have not yet considered are different stakeholders and issues related to supply chain sustainability. Both of these areas, which are sometimes orchestrated and tackled jointly by multinational corporations, have significant implications for global strategy and global supply chain management. We like to think of sustainability and stakeholder issues as being in the same value chain. Figure 8.7 illustrates this value chain idea in that the sustainability of global supply chain performance has an effect on how the stakeholders react and respond. Stakeholders subsequently have an effect on the performance of the multinational corporation. Importantly, what one category of stakeholders wants and needs, and expects, may not be what another category of stakeholders wants and needs, and expects. In addition, focusing too much on one category of stakeholders and passing over the needs and wants of another category of stakeholder often results in less than optimal. 173. Overall performance for the firm. This logic, of course, assumes that we know our stakeholders. There are 6 categories of primary stakeholders: shareholders, employees, customers, suppliers, regulators, and communities. 9 shareholders and employees are the key firm-based individuals driving global supply chain strategy and operations. Suppliers and customers are the key upstream/inbound and downstream/outbound groups, respectively, in global supply chains. Regulators and local communities are a part of the infrastructure, either facilitating or hindering the development of global supply chains. They often guide sustainability and greening efforts. Our data indicate that, on average, multinational corporations emphasize customers the most, 20% of the time, followed by employees, 18%, shareholders, 16%, suppliers, 16%, regulators, 15%, and communities, 15%. While still receiving the least focus of all stakeholders, local communities, now emphasized by 15%, is also the stakeholder category that has seen the greatest increase in focus between 2003 and 2013, an increase of 3%. Overall, emphasis on the regulators and communities categories of stakeholders has increased in intensity during the last decade. One reason for this change is the increased focus on sustainability and the greening of global supply chains. Companies now place a greater emphasis on corporate social responsibility efforts throughout their organizational systems, including global supply chains. These results are not surprising, since about 70% of top business executives consider sustainability efforts to be essential to long-term profitability. Stakeholders and sustainability efforts in global supply chains can take various forms and have various emphasis, depending on the specific multinational corporation's needs and interests. The International Organization for Standardization, ISO, has developed two sets of guidelines that pertain to sustainability, social responsibility, and the greening of global supply chains. ISO 14000 and ISO 26000. ISO 14000 deals with environmental management. The ISO suggests that the benefits of using ISO 14000 include reduced cost of waste management, savings in consumption of energy and materials, lower distribution costs, and an improved corporate image among regulators, customers, and the public. ISO 26000 deals with social responsibility. The areas covered are organizational governance, human rights, employment practices, environmental issues, fair operating practices, consumer issues, and community. 174. Involvement and development. Guidelines for managing global supply chains. There are numerous issues in global supply chain management that should be continually evaluated and decided upon. As always, some are major items that you can see, and some are intricate details of doing global business that are not readily obvious or understood. Given the web of relationships in global supply chains and the many actor bonds, activity links, and resource ties involved in such chains, managing the chain at both the strategic and the operational level is critically important for achieving excellence. Corporate strategy should not dictate what the global supply chain strategy should be, and global supply chains should not dictate what can be developed at the corporate strategy level. In that spirit, a number of guidelines for managing global supply chains can be further explored. Bullet: do not assume that industries are either global or not global. Nearly every industry has global supply chain potential in some areas, but not in others. Importantly, different industry globalization drivers can operate in different directions, with some favoring global supply chain management and others making it more difficult. Companies should respond selectively to industry globalization drivers and globalize those supply chain activities, purchasing, logistics, operations, and market channels that are affected by favorable drivers. Bullet: companies need to select countries for global supply chain activities based on comparative advantage and alignment with a firm's competitive advantages. Different countries can play different strategic roles, such as inbound value added, purchasing, and outbound value added, market channels. Bullet: similarities and differences in potential supply chain partners are important factors to consider. In the inbound portion of the global supply chain, the idea is to evaluate whether similarities synergistically enhance the value-added elements in the chain and whether differences are positive and uniquely valuable. In the outbound portion of the global supply chain, the idea is to evaluate whether the similarities outweigh the differences and stress those relationships in which they do, and when the differences outweigh the similarities, consider pulling back and not engaging in those relationships. Bullet: the best global supply chains are usually those that are designed as such from zero-based assumptions and constraints. However, realistically, supply chains become globalized when the benefits of doing so outweigh the costs. Such a cost/benefit analysis needs to be done for the inbound and outbound parts of the supply chain separately and for each of the value relationships, nodes and actors in the chain, including vendors, suppliers, and partners on the inbound side and buyers, customers, and clients on the outbound side. Bullet: the best pattern of global supply chains usually allows for some degree of redundancy in each link in the global supply chain, node/actor to node/actor, to maximize value while minimizing supply chain risks. Bullet: each component of the global supply chain, purchasing, logistics, operations, and market channels has its own unique opportunities and limitations in terms of global uniformity. Global supply chain managers, and business people in general, typically have been trained to maximize the effectiveness and efficiency of their component of the chain. Creating a successful global supply chain requires a reorientation toward a holistic view of the chain, with managers considering potential sacrifices in their own part of the chain for the benefit of coordination, integration, and cooperation of the full global supply chain. Bullet not globalizing a firm's supply chain, or parts of it, can be detrimental to the firm's performance in the long term, as the forecast is that companies will globalize more and more of their supply chain efforts. Bullet global strategic supply chain management cannot succeed in the face of 175. Organizational barriers and resistance. Some parts of the supply chain will be more difficult to globalize, depending on the firm's culture and its historically established practices and behaviors. Often, it may be best to start by globalizing those parts of the supply chain that are the easiest to globalize, as a way of initiating cultural and behavioral changes before dealing with the more difficult parts. Market channels, especially selling to global customers, is typically a logical starting point for many companies, followed by sourcing globally for some commodity products used in operations and/or for commodity-oriented raw materials or component parts. Bullet. Do not assume that global supply chain management is not for your firm or that it can't happen here. Almost any industry or firm has the potential for globalization of supply chain activities. Global supply chains are not born. Rather, they are created by companies based on need, cost/benefit analysis, opportunity, or diversification interests. Proactive globalization of supply chains is always preferred in order to reap some first-mover advantages, as opposed to taking a reactive approach to globalizing supply chains that is motivated by competitors' actions. Wrap-up of the intriguing world of global supply chain management. In the early parts of Chapter 1, we discussed how, no matter where in the world we are born and grow up, we are taught at a very young age to break down our daily lives into smaller pieces, often in a sequential way based on time. The rationale is that breaking down projects and undertakings into their component parts will make us focused and effective in succeeding at completing the task. Sometimes we refer to this as division. The whole idea is that division creates a procedure whereby a problem is broken down into easier steps. The end result is expected to be a superior outcome if each step is completed fully, with high quality, and at high speed. In a way, we are all taught to be operational in living our lives, whether we're focused on our family life or our work life. But what about the bigger picture, where we can see critical leverage points? The moral of that story is that, like people, global supply chains are total cost systems that work best if all aspects of the chain, such as linkages, resources, and connecting nodes, are strategically leveraged. For the global supply chain, the idea is to get the total chain to succeed, not to maximize the success of an individual entity in the chain. Don't misinterpret this. We want companies that are involved in global supply chains to maximize their value from being a part of the chain. However, strategically, such value maximizing efforts should be at the 30,000-foot level, where most commercial airplanes fly, like the aircraft turning example we used in this chapter and in Chapter 1. Therefore, the bottom line is that global supply chain management is not the additive utility of its core functions, logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels, but instead is the integration and coordination of the strategic leverage points embedded in those supply chain functions along with the entities, activity links, and resources throughout the chain. Global supply chains have to be developed and implemented in such a way that they are both tactically operational and strategic. The corporate C-suite is as important as the service personnel suite, and all organizational layers in between those two must be leveraged appropriately at all mission-critical points in the chain. Just as multinational corporations are increasing their global supply chain efforts as part of their corporate strategies, as our data indicate in myriad ways, we encourage you and your firm to also develop strategic, operational, and cultural foundations to leverage your global supply chains in the most optimal ways possible. We believe and hope that you will find the tools and ideas covered in this book beneficial. They do away with the illusion. 176. That supply chain management in the global marketplace is purely a task-oriented, sequential chain of operational activities that are combined into a whole once the chain has been completed. Our argument throughout has been that the supply chains that provide the best value are those that strategically leverage the upstream/inbound and downstream/outbound portions of the chain, from raw materials to finished products. Using critical leverage points, employing total cost analysis, 10 achieving alignment with industry globalization drivers, and embedding global supply chains in corporate strategies should be your focus in order to achieve effective and efficient chains and maximize performance. Notes Chapter 1:1. Donald J. Bowersox, David J. Kloss, M. Bixby Cooper, and John C. Bowersox, Supply Chain Logistics Management, Boston. McGraw-Hill Companies, 2012. 2. Jagdish Sheth and Rajendra Sisodia, The Rule of Three. Surviving and Thriving in Competitive Markets, New York. Simon & Schuster, 2002. 3. G. Tomas Hult, The BRIC Countries, Globalization Business Review 3, Number 4. 1-2, 2009. 4. Klaus Dieter Rusk and Peter Korschke, Transportation and Logistics 2030, Volume 3. Emerging Markets, New Hubs.